Alright, we are live here at RetroGamingLiveTV. I am MechaLink. Before we were with Legend of Mana, a game, and here's a game that came out in Japan at about the same time as Legend of Mana, actually. This is Racing Lagoon. Square's attempt to put RPG mechanics inside of an RPG story inside of a racing game framework. I love it. Yeah, there's an English patch that was released a few years ago that made it much more approachable for those of us that aren't Japanese. That's what I'll be showing you today. I have set my options already for a couple of reasons. Tech speed. We chose the Final Fantasy style message boxes because why not? So the runs are always done on New Game Plus because it's essentially a cutscene remover, and you don't actually get any benefit from it, right? Create the new save file here. Begin the game with the chosen settings, at which point time starts. So, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, race. Alright. First thing we do, of course, name entry. This was changed from the Japanese to be more back this up to A. That's the name that matters. For the purpose of rendering. Alright. In Japanese, you set your name and then your kind of call sign, essentially. Remember, if you drive like this, life will be terrible, you will be arrested and possibly dead. Don't drive like we drive. That said, alright, it's Yokohama, 1999. We are street racers. And we are showing up to a street race. Between two of the racing teams in South Yokohama. The prologue night. Alright. Skip scenes. Yeah, we were gonna do a lot of skipping scenes. The cutscenes add somewhere between 4 and 6 hours to the run. That's why we don't do it. Alright, so first race. Our job is to beat the guy in the orange car. We're not gonna do that because we're speedrunners. Loading. This is a PlayStation 1 game on a Japanese PS2. This is the only way to get all the loading stuff right. Actually, honestly, I'll win the race. Like, the world record doesn't win this race. And it costs you like 20 seconds to win this race. Or you do it for safety purposes, honestly. The marathon, like, put out. Trying to beat the orange car. This cyan and yellow thing is kind of the worst driver on our team. Not comedic relief. Little brother. Game has handbrake turns. We'll be doing a lot of handbrake turns. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll decide. Maybe I'll decide to give up if I feel like giving up. You can't give up until a minute 33 and change. So, at least in some races. This one certainly. Running into other cars is a disaster for your physics, so I purposely kind of like slowed up a little like past the next guy. You can see that our first lap is 56 minutes, right? Like, if you're trying to get that time, right? Like, you're looking at like 45s, up at around 45. Yes, the second lap is always faster, right? But it's not that much faster. So we will lose, you know, we'll lose a couple seconds off of world record, but since my PB is like an hour and 45 minutes off world record, I think we can sacrifice that. The reason we can lose here is because losing doesn't really cost us anything to keep. Save, I lost less than 10 seconds. You know, that's actually pretty decent. I thought it would be like 20 or something. All right. You can't, however, skip some of these, which are the in-engine rendered. Like, they follow your car throughout the entire race. So, like, this is actually rendered using your car's positional data again. But yeah, no, Show showed up today, and he's just like, I don't really, like, this is kind of meh to me, right? Like, he's like, he doesn't really get it, and then, like, he gets in his first race, and he's hooked. Instantly hooked. Like, and we're seeing that here, right? Like, he's just like, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, the vibes are very strange there, because he shows up, he's like, he doesn't seem like he's into it, you know, the little brother explains that the way that the game works is that if you beat your rival, you get points and rewards, and you can use those to take pieces off their cars. They can use that to take pieces off your car. And, yeah, and then your character's like, yeah, whatever. And then you race, and then it's just like, oh man, I gotta race more. Even if you lose, you're like this. Yeah, I try to get this in marathons because I really like it. It's not an easy game. It was an RTA in Japan by one of the former world record holders. They're just way better than me at this because they're dedicated racing game drivers. So yeah, we'll meet all of these faces over the course of the game. That's the leader of the Chinatown Racers. That is the leader of the kind of like classic old bad boy racers. There's Yui again. Get this reference to the record holder from 10 years ago. We'll find that guy when we get there. His name is amazing. The Fastest Legend is Reborn. We'll be playing off of that for the entirety of things. Yeah, we still can't. With the birth of a new legend, please let me out. Please let me out. Let me out. So yeah, you get experience for your character pieces. We're not taking anything. Didn't need to win this. It just keeps him from taking something from us. If there's a chance he takes something from you, for safety's sake, I want to keep as many of my pieces as I reasonably can. That said, this is the end of the night. We're not going to save anything. There I am. I'm going to pull my memory cards at this point because I don't even want it thinking about saving. Craved an answer. Scene skip. And now we are faced with a flyover camera shot. These are the other cutscenes we can't skip. And if these, we can't skip these cutscenes, just imagine what it's like when I say that the ones we do get to cut. So yeah, this is the first. This is Show explaining to us our street, South Yokohama. That orange car will be relevant later. This town comes alive at night. And our driving brings the heat. Yeah, this game is very, very Japanese slang, and that's part of why the translation was difficult for Hilltop. They managed. They recently did the Kowloon's Game translation. They're a pretty solid team. As Miki said, that text speed, find out just how God will get. That text speed doesn't speed up even with settings. You'll see the fast text speed here. Alright, the night races want to keep us busy because Keisuke was fighting with Yuka, and Kenzo's in trouble with the graveyard. This race we're actually just gonna quit out of. Right, like that is like a Honda Civic, right, or something very, and maybe it's not. It's something, right? Like it's all of the cars in this game are legitimately file-offs of real car names, if they are file-offs at all. Alright, we didn't lose anything. That's great. That's what we want to see. Yeah, we don't... It's... The RNG in this game is largely down to, did you lose a part when you lost a race? Everything else is more or less uncontrollable. Also, car spawns. We don't want to get in any random battles. They don't give us anything close to, like, what you would consider useful, interesting resources. Alright, so we head to the Foreigner's Graveyard, Gaikuhujin Graveyard. And... you gotta, if somebody's not from your country and they die there and like you have to bury them, like you gotta have somewhere. So yeah, Kenzo's getting hassled by a couple of the guys from the race last night. The team that we raced all race last night. We need to beat the NR racers to avoid extra text boxes. Also, you want to finish the race as fast as possible because we're doing a speed run here. So yeah, this is the plan. This is not a lap race. This is a race through city streets. A fairly narrow kind of like industrial, housing. Get a nav. This second to last race will get that nav in. The nav weighs 40 kilograms, and that's not good. The nav does not give us enough benefit. Again, speedrunners race these streets a lot. In terms of collisions, collisions are fine. You don't have body damage. They'll generally suck some of your speed out of you. But kind of like a hip check like that is the second best case for not hitting the wall. Enzo, why are you making this? Colliding with other cars or the rails screws with your physics. With other cars, like the second we hit Kenzo, we left the drift state, which can be a very big problem if you're pointing the wrong direction when you hit a car. Drifting, you're often going the direction. This is murder turn. Kenzo beats us, that's fine. Like, it's not good. It's fine. But the other guys is cost text boxes of shame. I think Kenzo gives you, like, one text box of shame? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out together. Now, again, these after race scenes you generally can't skip. Just gonna watch these polygons ride. Okay, no, he doesn't give us any. He gives us a text box of shame if we actually lose racers. So yeah, right, like, Keisuke kidnapped Yuka so that they could have a revenge race, right, like, for yesterday. Keisuke is the guy in the orange grass seed that we beat last night. They just want a revenge race against us. He wants a revenge race. Right, pompous dirtbag. Yeah, we did see it. They saw it one car drive away during the camera shot. Yeah. Alright, this wasn't a rewards race, so get anything out of it. You, however, see another camera shot helping us identify Keisuke's car, complete with a red inverted pyramid marker. Or inverted triangle, whatever. Like, if you played a Square game from the era, you're if that sort of indicator, because they do something like that a lot. Right. Nah, we're not gonna go anywhere except right here. Back out of the street just a little, so somebody's gonna put me. One car is gonna come right by, and we're gonna flash it, follow it, and flash it again, because we're gonna hope that nobody else interferes with us. Up. We were already past him, and alright. Skipping scenes and making races. Alright, our job in this race is to get in front of him. The second we get in front of him, the race ends. You can get in front of them after the first turn. If not, you get the first big turn. If not, you usually get them in the second big turn. Anything later than that is kind of terrible. So yeah, here we go. It's the same course we just racing, except it's us, and we start a little behind them. Again, the goal is just basic car knowledge stuff. If your tires are squealing, they're not delivering power to the ideally, going straight or near straight, the tires just are applied. Similarly, you kind of want to come out of drifts quickly, right? Like so that you're spending as little time as possible not delivering power to the road. Talk about taking curves because scooters generally fairly bad at taking turns. Terrible. Hitting him. We still have another lap to catch up, but yeah, hitting him there is a disaster, as I mentioned. Other cars screw with your physics. Like, it's not like, oh, you boost them and like whatever. No, you just lose. You just lose a huge chunk. They're not really effective. Is it gonna game over me on this one? I didn't realize that the timing was that bad. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Nope. Alright, that sucks. This is a problem because it means we have to catch him again on the road. He will come by here again. Eventually. Rather than risk getting in another random encounter. Sucks. Okay. More time lost, but... yeah, any of those flashing light cars is a random encounter. I'm not interested in random encounters. And if we press start, it resets everything position-wise. So, kinda... like, that's the only way we can dodge a fight, in essence, is to press start and force everything to reload its positions. But also, that would force Keisuke to reload his position. Have to flash him once, I think, the second time around. At some point, he's gonna come this direction. Go. Come on, Keisuke. Head this direction. You want to. I want you to. You want you to. All just get this over with. Just drive down the road here. Right here. Is Kenzo failing to do anything, because that's what Kenzo does. Good job, Kenzo. You keep searching. Good job. Elephant. Escape lane. Banging you. Keisuke? Orange, it's Rossi, it's Keisuke. Dear God, you flashing lights. Certainly back at Bailey now. See? Should've just waited. Yeah, I know. Alright, let's try this again. All you have to do is get in front of him before a lap and a half. Oh, I did mark that down, but that's a failure. Say it. Oh well. Sometimes you forget your own notes. Ever happened to you? It happens to me. Let's do this properly. Why you don't. In theory, you would want to be close to the inside, but doing that makes it more likely to Head up. We'll get him soon. That would have been made up. Inside railway. Oh, again! Just move right into my freaking line. Now we're gonna fail it again. This is why. Why we can't have nice things. It sucks the turns, but better than us in this choice. Suspicious start. We were in front of him. It's gonna fail us. There's no way we're gonna get it. Ugh. This is not usually something I have trouble with, so this is a little distressing. Plenty of time in this to deal with this. Side of town. Side of the street. There he is. There he is. Turn around. Back here, you jerk bag. You turn. Nope, there you are. Saw you. Enzo. Come on. It. We should display his position on the map. That would be nice. Hey, it's a truck. Enzo again. Useless. Do. Here we go again. Not that hard. This is not one of the races that is supposed to block me. All right. We're gonna be down like 50. There we go. Jerks! Alright. We're through. Done with. Forget about it. So yeah. We catch him. Makoto from the Night Racers. The Night Racers second jumps in. And impresses show. And then, you know, punches Keisuke in the face for being such an idiot. If you jerk. We do, however, get their revenge race tomorrow. I think what you just said to me started to click. Yep, like I said, show's just kind of into it now. Yep. Then we get a couple of scene skips here. Obvious romantic interest is obvious. And night is complete. Finally. Alright, we're out of the first night. No saving. Revenge race. All right. Again, Show likes to philosophize. Last night it was his driving streets, and now it's his prison. Tonight there's a timing system where the various side events become unavailable as whenever you unload the map. So you have a race that you can get to starting 5 loads away. Speedy boy. Me. Won't be a stranger. We're gonna be a stranger. Alright. So yeah, we have to advance time 5 ways, and the fastest way to do that is to pause. We're gonna pause 5 times, and then we're gonna do a race. I'm gonna take advantage of the first pause to menu. Alright, we need to unequip some stuff, including the extra 40 kilograms of that navigator. Alright, so that's 1 pause. If I get it frame perfect, the yellow dot doesn't appear. So, here's hoping we get that. Like it's saving a matter of frames. Not working in the space of frames in this speed run. Alright, 2 more times. Got it. Take the small wins where you can get them when you've already thrown away 15 minutes. Alright. Alright, that's the 5th one. Alright, time to do tonight's actual race. So yeah, last night, we were kind of all like, oh, that Makoto's the best, he's so dreamy. Yeah, we have to race him tonight. You can interact with him elsewhere, like, on the road map, you just never bother. Keisuke is mad that they're leaving him out of the races. They're gonna get what's coming to him. Keisuke and his brother are acting like jackasses, because they are jackasses. You get forced into a brief scene here with Aoi, who is Iki's girlfriend. If you don't, you can manually have that scene, you know, take one of your time slots if you want. All right. This actually kind of similar to the last one. You have to be in front of him in about a lap and a half. The game is lying to you about the length of the race. He's not quite as bad. He's not quite as difficult to deal with in the straights as the Shinsuke was. Let's go slower than the line. Again, we're going to kind of follow a reasonable racing line, not a video game racing. Tires, hit big curve with like 165 or so. Do a quick. A little low there, but still good. Ideally, you go into it at 165 and come out of it like slows down a ton here. Get past it before the break. Perfect stuff going on here. Have a lot of a lead on it, but are in front of it. Dare catch up, jerk. All right, no, he's way behind us. We're good. All right, this race actually can give me trouble in a reasonable fashion. So being out of that one, good. Right, so yeah, we are ahead of him. We're gonna black out. It's gonna switch us to his car position for some reason. And, yeah, something's gonna happen. Pre-rendered, obviously. Oh no! That's more drifting than you're supposed to do! Too much drifting! Yeah, Makoto gets in a car wreck. This is a big deal. He ends up in the hospital. His parents are really mad at us, right? Like, for existing and being street racers. And everybody in the community is kind of, messed up about it. Saving. Don't even have any cards in game. All right, night 3, no races. Just need to go to watch 2 cutscenes that we can't skip. Yeah, this third night, essentially, you can go around South Yokohama and listen to people have uninformed opinions. Like, about, like, oh, I heard this show, forced him, pushed him into that accident. I heard, did this and that and the other things, and right, like, and just like, show's already kind of broken up about it. Iki's broken up about it, right? Like, everybody's having a tough time with the situation. And yeah, you can go around and find out how much of a bunch of the other people in the community are having with it, right? That's the third night. Third night is plot. This is an RPG after all. That button. All right. Iki. He's right there. He's right there. That's his red car. All right. So we're gonna go and try and get to his car. Oh, dang it! I thought it was gonna hit me, and I pressed start. If you do that without, yeah, no, Iki drives away the second you show up. And then, yeah, we get some cutscenes about Makoto. This is the corner of his accident. Right? Yep. The dream belongs to all of us. Buddy, you didn't even like racing a couple nights ago. you can see Makoto on the first or second night I mentioned, and he'll tell you this quote is actually directly from him. We didn't see it though. For B-Runner. There's a couple cases of that where the game assumes you saw something you didn't see that is 110% optional. Kind of weird. Damn. Yeah, all figured out. Racing is fun. What a guy. Alright, now, Iki didn't go to his apartment. Didn't go. Oh! What? Garbage! Absolute garbage. CVC 1500 VI on Shia Street. It's like a 40-second time loss, so we gamble on losing the filter. Hate it. I hate it. Straight course. We feel screwed up like that. Oh, oof, 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 oof. Yeah, I really like it there, honestly. There are a lot of worlds right into this race. But screwing up like that, there's a lot of worlds where I lose that race, so losing the race and the time. All right, we got some RP. Absolutely. All right, jerk. Let's see if we can get to the place Iki went. It's his apartment. It's not the Denny's. It's not anywhere else in the city. It's the park across from Geico Fishing. Alright. RBV Park. Up to Iki. Kill the engine. Alright, we did it. Nothing but cutscenes the rest of the night. Yeah. Now loading more cutscenes. Part of why I'm playing on a Japanese PS2 is because this is a PlayStation game, right? The only way to get a proper PlayStation 2, a PlayStation 2 properly emulating a Japanese PSX game without any sort of like stuff in the middle is to have a Japanese PS2, right? Like, you can emulate stuff on it. You could emulate this game, but you wouldn't be using the built-in engine, right? Like, you'd be using some other machinery. Hardware, because I'm playing this on. And that means that I have all of the performance, good or bad, of hardware, right, like, at my disposal here. But yeah, the load speeds on PlayStation 1, pretty. Why bother to get Japanese? Yes, new. Hey. Yeah. We somehow saved time on that split. Not sure. A few nights later. All right, this is where the plot of the game actually starts, right? Like, we get this sort of like mini plot that happens, you know, this little arc here where like Iki's the fastest in Yokohama, Keisuke's a jerk, Makoto stops Keisuke, then suspiciously Makoto dies in a car accident. Keisuke certainly didn't have anything to do with when he said that people would get what's coming to them. Then yeah, everybody gets kind of broken up about it. But we find out that there's going to be a Grand Prix in Yokohama. It's going to be a street racing Grand Prix. Iki's already been invited, obviously. Every other team's going to submit one person to a qualifier, and the top 2 from that qualifier will go on to be in the actual GP. This is a friendly race because we're all here. We all just found out about that from Iki. No. If you race this very well, you can beat this before the timeout happens. Despite not actually having a better car than you did the first night, taking off all that extra weight actually creates a meaningful scenario where you can win. However, not interested. So I'm just gonna drive in reverse, have some fun. Probably. Boom! Oh yeah! Those impacts were like did nothing. This is an interesting track backwards, honestly. Kind of a shame we don't get to do it more. I should say at all. Oh wow, Cody was actually in front of Iki there. Interesting. Turn around until a minute 33 passes. Wait. A minute 33 and change. A minute 33 flat does not. Go. 1, 2. Like it has to be, you know, like it's a minute 3 and more than 294. Less than 200, 300 something, right? Oh yeah. Go! Bonk! Oh man. Game's silly sometimes. Alright. And so yeah, now show is like, oh, you know, like this, you know, this is everything I've ever wanted. You know, the guy who didn't really even like street racing until like a night or 3 ago. Like, yeah, you know, like, there's no way anything that we're gonna do here, like, actually, but like, we gotta try, right? That's what makes us what we are. It's pretty hard. I've played, you know, individual sports on TV and such, and like you don't. It's not just knives the entire time. So. Coming up, though, is definitely an actual difficult race. You know it's a difficult race because the only way that we can win is by blocking the opponent the entire way. Because if we don't, once they're ahead of us, they win. Even worse, they can take stuff from us when we lose. Part of why I actually raced that random battle was to keep from losing some of my protective gear. Like I losing the arrow kit is disastrous. Right. So like we leave a couple of things on so that the arrow kit doesn't get taken if we screw up. So yeah, the rest of the team heads out. Big meteor shower is here. I should look that up. I've been trying to roughly place what time of year this happens. I wonder if the meteor shower is there. Alright, so who are these nerds? Their cars look extra long. Parastar with a love afar. Who are these nerds? With rescue crew. Boss, shout ahead. They tried to pronounce it. Farewell. And then they all head off in various directions. We only care about this one. Not want to get into a battle. You, however, going to engage with this nerd. So yeah, or like, so, in the in the 80s, right, like, Japan was having a real resurgence, and, there's kind of a boom time for them, right, and this Bay Lagoon, tower, right, like, was started but not finished, essentially, at the end of that century, right, it's been derelict for, like, 10 years, right, so, like, there's a Rust Belt vibe happening here. That said, I do not want this Lagoon here, but I do want 5 times the points for beating you. So that's the plan. We're gonna block him the entire way around the course for 1 lap, and if we do, we get a whole bunch of racing points. And if we don't, we try again. Because there's nothing we can do that compares the sheer amount of resources we get out of these guys. Start, and I try to follow his line the entire race. Turns get dicey because, as I mentioned, seeing other cars' physics in the turns really screw up. Oh, that was great. Love that. Love that. That's good. Note that, like, I temporarily go rear view mirror mode. Don't you dare get in front of me there. All right, yes, we got him in 1. For all that trouble we had with, with Keisuke, like, the rest of these races are going great. Feeling great. This is definitely one that can be trying. Get rewards. We don't need any of your garbage. What we wanted was the 25,000 RP. All right, that's our money routing. Another RPG element, you see? Right, like, this really is an RPG. All sorts of things that we would do in RPGs, except grinding. We don't grind. Grinding takes too much time for this game. It can be done, don't get me wrong. Just, all right. So, now we're gonna head up and turn that RP into cold, hard yen. Stop by the bank, and we're going to hope that the bank gives us a good exchange rate. All right, bank. Here's your time to shine. Walk to a bank. The flattest chested man I've ever seen. The biggest shouldered man I've ever seen. 80. Yeah. I love seeing 80. Yeah. You can go as low as 60, and 60 is bearable, but not great. 80? Oh yeah. We are good on money for until the Yokohama GP. Great, great to hear that. Let's get out of here. All right. So now we can go to North Yokohama. That's what those guys came from North Yokohama. And that's where the queens are going tonight. Not that we've met any of the queens, but that's where they're also going tonight. And we're about to see the queens right here. Yeah. And those guys from Sakuragicho GT Grand Tours, were meant to indicate that you should come to. I think if you go and race all of them, they'll kind of invite you to their home turf, which is North Yokohama, right? But again, not necessary. And so yeah, like the queens are all headed to North Yokohama. The chicken duels at the wharf. We will interact with Victory Road at the wharf tomorrow. Today, focus is dealing with the fact that the second we show up, the GT pin us in and force us to do a drag race. The composers for this are the same composers for Bahamut Lagoon. There's connective tissue between Bahamut Lagoon and Racing Lagoon. All these graphics remind you of Parasite Eve, Front Mission, Xenogears, all had very similar visual styles here. My first thought was Xenogears, but I have a friend who second, so I was like, no, this is like Parasite Eve, right? And they're kind of right? And, you see a big forehead guy, you try to go right, you get pinned in. Try and go left like that, you get pinned in. Try to go, get pinned in. Like, all of these people are here to pin you in, get you here. Where you now have to wait through the lag of the rotating camera to actually get in a race. Let's rip him apart! They're gonna rip me apart by doing a drag race. If this drag race was against the guy I just raced, I'd be dead. Right? Like, he's faster than me in every single way. But he's not! This is just some rando that's worse than our existing starting car. What a nerd. What a gold darn nerd. Alright. That said, that the aero kit, the Zaki aero kit, does reduce, it reduces your from like 150 centimeters above the ground to like 30. There's a bonkers amount of drag reduction in that. Of course, it makes the handling terrible, but they're drag racers. Why would they care about their handling? Oh! I think I lost. I'm gonna go do this Goomba. Yeah. So this is one of those things, like localization versus translation, right? Like, there's no way that these guys are supposed to sound like, mobsters, right? Like, to American mobsters, right? But I don't want any of your garbage either. But that kind of gets across, like, what they would be in Japanese culture, right? Like, it's not exact. Right, but they're definitely kind of like old school, right? All right. Take care of now. We try to get down to the car shop without getting run into by somebody with their lights on. We did it. All right. Mash O here because if we skip like this little cutscene, we get thrown back out in the street and have to enter again. We have plenty of money, so I won't have to sell things before buying. I want this to be 30. Come back, buddy. I want one of these. Okay, there. Tires, filter, drag, ECU, DP500s, right? Yep, that's what we want. Go to machine complete and equip the new engine. The engine, filter, drag, ECU. Tires. Don't need stabilizers anymore. Tires. Body's just fine. Alright. That is all the upgrade we're going to need to get where we need to go for a good long while. B30 is a significant upgrade. Alright. Alright, so we're going to get forced into a cutscene here. My eternal annoyance. That hot American guy. Yeah. Now, those girls are going to the pickup chicane and try and pick up a guy who knows how to ride. Hot guy knows how to drive a car. An American guy there. The American guy knows how to drive a car. We'll meet him later. We are not interested in the pickup chicane because, well, I don't know. Lots of reasons, really. Head back to Lagoon Wharf. It's where the night begins. Interestingly, there, you can advance that text box even though you are driving. Right. Very kind of interesting controls set up there. So that was the bank. This is the thing. Go right side of the road. Interact with Marine Tower. And there's a woman here who's like, hey. We don't actually need the money here because we got so much of the thing, but we do need to do some race somewhere for a point, for a Harashia point, right? There's a certain amount of points you have to get to beat to go to the end of the game, and this gives you one of the 42 that you'll need. The Zaki race that we just did, also one. So we picked 2 races that have significant benefits, right? Like, and then we do, 20 UORs, and I can cap that out. We'll come back to that later. With our new engine and tires. Love it. This is part of a course. Never in the actual course. No, we do, because we're doing the baseball stadium. Doing the baseball stadium UORs. This is a relatively new route. Past couple months. This is kin to the world record route. I'm doing some safety stuff here that the world record holder doesn't need to do. Extra 200,000 yen. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. All right. That note, it's time to head home. Left side of the street. We're done. Wanted to park a game. Be like that. Fast jackals, still holding their dens. I think I'll park it. Kill the engine. Alright. 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 There's a 2,700 hours. So I guess 3 a.m. Is it 3 a.m.? No, it's only like 2:40 something. So in 12 minutes or so. This is the second for our team is Kyoji. Right, it's Iki, Kyoji, the rest of it. Like in both Yuka and Kenzo are kind of a little like Yuka's heart's not in the racing piece. Kenzo's heart is in the racing piece, but he doesn't. He's the little brother that always screws up, right? That's his role in the narrative. While you don't have an official position, right? Like you're the only other person that's competent and also into racing. So that's Kyoji trying to be like, hey, right, like I gotta go faster. I need to qualify. Like I need this car. Come on, help me out. I get it. We all talk to cars. Not saving. Nothing to skip there. Fifth night. Oh, it's canceled, right? All right. Fifth night. This is the night we're going to do our GP quals. Right. Shiro has kind of a recurring dream about being underwater. Can't skip this one. Kenzo wants to tell us about this. 8 text boxes. 2, 3, 4. Frangers? Yeah, Kenzo's like playing like Yoko. No. Then why do we even come here? You're the one that dragged me here. But there's Yoko complete in her waitress garb. Hey Yui. Redface, this is the woman from the first night, like the talking stuff. You have any actual business here? CVC's in the way. But Lagoon has some hot shots and some burnouts. Yui. Great. But yeah, we don't want these races. We don't get caught in the 3 drag races that you go through here. And so yeah, everybody's deciding who they're gonna send the GP today. Turns out every single team leader is good. Like nobody except for our situation, where it's an actual race between us and Kyoji, because Iki is already qualified. Iki's fully qualified. He doesn't even have to race in this one. there's a race at the end of the night decides who's going to go to the GP qual. You know, I always wonder if that hexagon dish is like real. It's like, is that a real landmark, or is that just kind of a leftover from a different video game asset? It's like, obviously, like to me, right, like I don't know anything about this, but you know, obviously to Japanese players, right, like all of this stuff is going to be somewhat recognizable if it's real, right? Hot driving streets. Still an outsider with Sunetsu winning. Buddy, I need you taken down from a 13. You completely overrun. Alright. As usual, Enzo's in the way. This is the Yokohama Transit Center. Buses. You can do some taxi driving here for a little bit of money. Absolutely not worth it. It's fairly difficult. Want drunks to puke in the back of your car for very little money? That is the place to spend your time. Go here. See Keisuke, the jerk of all people, talking to the Grand Tours. Usually he tries like a show. ICU Street. This is the pickup chicken, which is a very kind of like teenage young adult, like, oh yeah, you know, if you can drive your car around these curves, right, like you could, you know, you show off your prowess, right, like, and a girl will go home with you, right? Very kind of classic car culture, right, like teen stuff. You can do this race. It's not an actual race like you do it on the little map, which is miserable to control. And my only tip is that if you don't hold gas from the second you initiate the race, right, like you cannot get the full score you need to get the best result. I don't like as in terms of flavor, I don't really like the race anyway. Show you the ropes. Wait a minute, tugging those tight curve corners. I'm not cutting in line. Enzo drove off because we insulted him a little there. All the way over here to No Name Park. No Name Park. It is what it says on the tin. It's a place for losers. Losers. So yeah, Kenzo tells you here that if Kyoji doesn't qual, he's done racing here. Which, I mean, okay, kind of messed up. Kind of messed up to say that, Kyoji. The overworld map driving. Also, you can't change the buttons for it. Like, you can remap the buttons for racing, but we say we're gonna race with the Victory Road here, because if you say don't say that, he interrupts with a text box to say, hey, why not race with us instead? Absolutely do not scene skip here, right? Because again, if you scene skip, the game assumes you want to race. I do not want to race. And yeah, this is a classic nonsense, like, you know, oh, like, we're gonna race to the end of this wharf, right? Like, and whoever stops closest to the end without going in the water wins. It's like, water damage kills hard, guys. Like, come on. Come on! Like, again, the game actually enforces these mechanics. The easy way to win this is to use a manual transmission and never shift out of first gear. Because it's not a race, right? Like, it's just a can you get close enough. It's really easy to get close if you don't go over, like, 80 kilometers an hour, right? Like, Whether it's easy enough, right? Having a GP. The boss is here tonight. This is the American guy. America! Abayo! No, absolutely not. Jack. You got a Jack printed on your forehead. Alright. Alright. Time to actually do the thing we came here to do. EP designs. Alright. And then, yeah, this is a flyover, right? Like of, Nodigrama. Right, like this is where we kind of review that, like, Kyoji's last night race. If he loses tonight, what was Keisuke doing? Meeting with the Grand Tours. Right, kind of a heavy night. Important thing. Right here. Everybody's gonna show up. We're gonna race. Race. See? Kiki. Yuka's got a sweet little car. Like a mini style thing. Really, really nice little car. Very cool. And there's just driving like a stock Civic wagon. Alright. 2 laps. Whoever's in first goes to the GP. It has to be you. You have to win here. Or else the game will, or else you have to retry. The various ways that the game treats retries can range from, it's just a game mechanic to hilarious. Haven't seen this course before. Seen no program before. This first half is a very nice, straightforward thing. A long, sloping curve, as you can see. Yeah, just like that. The drifting in this game legitimately. Drifting in this game. Okay. I hate one piece of this course, and third turn. First one, kind of weird. Second one, kind of weird. Third one, absolutely just like long turns, right? Like why is the turn like that? The turn's like that because race courses are supposed to challenge the cars in multiple directions. Right? If you want to currently challenge. If you're only there to test for speed, play a drag race. If you want to race an actual car on actual gears, it's going to test your cornering, your speed, your acceleration. Right? Like, it's going to test all the aspects of the car. That's how it works. That's what you do with race cars. Anyway. So yeah, we're cruising here. 220 clicks on city streets at night. Perfectly safe and reasonable thing to do. It's neither. Neither reasonable nor safe. Again, weird. Bunch there. Not as badly as if you hit the wall there. This is the pickup chicane, just an actual driving. That was good. That was a good run. This one from pleased with this. We are out of here. Alright. Yeah, we are kind of the 30G that we picked up does a lot of is a huge boost to us at this point in the game. We're going to be able to ride that all the way through the end of the ninth night. Again, the longest time you started racing like a week or 3 ago, buddy. How much torque I need to push this, buddy? How? I need you to again. You take it down from like a 13 to maybe a 10. Like, can you manage that, buddy? But they're delicate and vulnerable to it. Both delicate and vulnerable. Skipping scenes. End of night 5. Woohoo! Alright, doing great. Not saving. Saving is stupid and for dumb faces. I have backup saves for everything. If I end up needing them. 3 nights later. Night before the GP qual. This is the last time before. This is the last time you could grind if you're playing this like a normal person. I haven't seen Kyoji since that deciding race. Kinda weird. Like, he has a job at the corner gas store down here, gas station here too. Not seeing him around is pretty weird. A few nights ago, it felt like a prison. Now it feels like home. These weird streets will alter our destinies. Alter your destiny. It's scene of our judgment. Alright. So there's plenty of stuff you could do this night. We're talking hop on the highway, go to North Yokohama. Can't get in encounters on this highway. That little parking spot back there was Iki's apartment. We won't be going there. Ever. Just flavor. The hospital, you can visit the hospital if you want as well. Again, like, photos in the hospital. You could visit it if you want it. You don't. Alright, let me turn straight around and head back home. Good, productive night. Good, productive. We looked real hard for Kyoji, man. Just couldn't find him. Could not find Kyoji. Right. Good night. Good night. Got a lot done. Night. The engine. Alright. Alright, so we couldn't find Kyoji. Cutscene. Cutscene. Woo! It's gonna be a 7? That Kyoji? That's right, we couldn't find Kyoji no matter what we do, but he's here tonight. And he has a wild body kit. Yeah, those little like Lamborghini like slats. Ferrari like slats, whichever one. 7 came to a stop last turn failed to course the site of Makoto's accident. Hazard lights. Now remember that there are hazard lights on this car right now. Not seeing hazards. I don't see any blink. It is in fact Kyoji. Where they're not hazards if they're not blinking. Oh, sure, like, there's a blinking light over there, right? Like, the road has blinking lights, but Kyoji doesn't. I really don't get that, honestly. Like, you clearly had blinking technology. Kyoji, yeah, Kyoji looks real messy. So, yeah, Kyoji's brother was a racer 10 years ago and died. This informs Kyoji's existence. Right, he's essentially driving the same car that his brother did. Can't escape the voice. It will find you. No matter where you hide. Forever. Okay. Nope. Understand. Get any sense, Kyoji? Need one more. While I'm still the friend you know. Wow, dude, like, what are we looking at? Look at a pain situation here? And he was definitely keeping it up. Sparkle of determination. Or fading again to resignation. And he seems so defeated. It's defeat. I've seen that look somewhere before. I don't know what's happening. Now, if you're paying attention, I bumped the brightness up earlier in the game before I conceded to the star first fight. This race is one of the two races which is why we did that. It is really, really difficult to see here. We can't win this race, but you do need to finish it, and it's a lot easier to finish it if you can see. This sort of like super midnight coloring, not great, not great. Keep crushing. He's faster than the thought. Even with the V3. At this point. I can't remember if you can, like, grind. There's only limited parts you can attach, right? Like, you can have access to at this point. Like, unlike in many RPGs, you're like, I can just grind my way past this fight. There is actually a top level of grind you can achieve at this point. This is 2 laps of you getting completely bodied by Kyoji, and whatever he did to his 7. That's a good time. Now it is such that, like, I can actually reasonably finish conceptually, right? Like 245 is before the 33. If I drive well, then I can actually finish before the give up here. The 30G makes it more possible. Not impossible for me to do it on the other one, it's not. But still gonna beat the 130. Alright. Good talk. No possible way we could have won that with our resource, with the stuff we had. Not even. Alright. Yeah. Couldn't stop him. So we're gonna get a couple of callbacks here to things we skipped. The Yokohama's fastest legend was talked about as if they drove a monster machine driven by a crazy driver. That's how he's always described, right? So this is meant to be a callback to that. Like Goji is driving like, you know, a maniac, like the fastest driver or kid, you know, 10 years ago, right? It says Goji's like, there's nothing I could have done, and I have no idea what's going on. I can't follow him. Fast. Gone forever. Having gained nothing but a new unsettling feeling. not saving. Alright. Game gives us a chance to machine complete. We don't need it. Alright, here's GP Qual. 1999. Yokohama Grand Prix qualifying round. Woo! Qualify for a round? Wantech. Thanks, sponsors. Here we're going to meet all the people we're competing with here. Yui Takachikawa from the Queens. Sorry, we met her. We met Tetsuji. He's the guy for the tours, right? Supporting that bow ride. Freddie Roberts, the American. Takashima Victory Road. Wangan Gale, I have no idea who that is. Tensei Ibuki. We'll meet him later. Omoku Night Racers, Kira Sugimoto, his rival. The racing team, and then you and your 11. Joe A. You and your 86 Lemon, which is absolutely an initial power in more ways than one. We'll get to that. Test run. Alright, 3 laps of the Yokohama GP course. We will race this course for a total of at least 16 laps. Assuming that I don't lose anything. We don't have to win this one, we just have to finish in the top 2. Obviously this is a speed run, so like what we want to do is finish as fast as possible. And if we do, we will certainly qualify. If you don't qualify here, show just kind of crashes out. Vision, like, he kind of like talks about like, no, I can't have possibly lost this, right? Not actually crashed. Just a big 10 kilometers to go. That was other cars. Other cars go faster than the sun. Welcome to you. Got that little kind of like chicane section there. Miserable as hell. Looping turn in front of grandstands. Out of the way, Tetsuji. Out of my way, Tetsuji. That's Yui. Nice clean slide there. Wangan is a well-known highway. I believe the name means side. Legendary highway. In fact, the setting / title for lesser known of the animes that definitely inspired this one. Like obviously initially. Both this and a Tokyo Street Racer were trying to capture this kind of moment in time in games, right? Genki did it one way. Both of them exist in the world of Initial D's manga had become a anime by the end of '98, right? So like, it's definitely a moment in Japanese culture. Surprisingly, this bridge ends up being a place where we can get there. This straight. There's problems. That's a case where like this straight. Stupid jerk. Position we were right. Get past you. Dare get past me. Again, your second is good enough. Well, not ideal. That's a speedrunner, but enough. Whew, alright. I believe this is an input break. Yep. I'll be right back. It won't let me out. It'll let me out about when we cross the bridge. Here we go. Still aren't saving. In that scene, it is revealed that Wantech has very dramatic lighting and dramatic music, and is probably the big bad. This cutscene here is where what Show talks about is probably resonates with me the most. No saves! We've got backup saves, we're not... It takes everything most time. But yeah, like this, the ephemeral nature of competition is very real. See Rounder Optimus. Love the speed-ons icon. Always great to see you around. But yeah. That show, right, like the ephemeral nature of competition. Eventually, it's as if, you know, the streets will be cleared of the proof that they ever raced there, right? All competition is only really temporary. This cutscene is one of the ones where it feels like that the writers really hit on something meaningful about the nature of competition. Yeah, I did some of the comms help for a couple of the speedruns runs, the mini shoot adventures, Birth by Sleep, and Dragon Quest. I helped out with one of the Dragon Quests. I do the English coverage for speedruns. Love what the arena looked like there too. Like the place they had the event looked awesome. But yeah, also like shows also hoping to find Yoji at the race, right? Like stands or whatever. Phones. We had cell phones. Yeah, Kyoji's dead. Kyoji went over the went into the ocean. Rip Kyoji. Yeah, I see it as kind of a service thing, right? Like, it's like, you're gonna be part of the community, right? Like, it's important to get things translated. You know, I managed to get somebody from the mini shoot, you know, Discord in on their run, right? You know, yep. 7th night, yeah. Yeah, Kyoji's dead, and we find out that Makoto died in the hospital too. So yeah, 2 deaths in the community. Real rough. The most smug, punchable jackass shows up and challenges Iki to a race, and Iki's like, "Go to hell." So you take up the challenge in Iki's stead. Black Demon. Please. This is the other reason why the brightness is up, is because the rain here is very real and very annoying. The road isn't a ton of curves, but it's still annoying. So yeah, we do have the power weight ratio advantage on Kato here. But can screw this up. Not over level, so to speak. Our power. See. Far away the point. I've also, like, I'm in a dim environment, right? Like, I'm, you know, trying to reach players. Everything I can do is effective during darker races. Really important. These races, good news. Hot speed running tip. Throwing away time is bad. Oriented. And we got nice. There's a mid-track kind of big corner, and there's a mid-track big corner. We are thankfully, blessedly, so far ahead of Kato. Jackass. Smug, punchable jackass. Oh my god. You don't know, because I skipped the cutscene that he shows up in, but the most smug, punchable jackass. Incredibly smug looking asshole. You'll see his face briefly here. Whee! Yeah, great. I don't want any of you garbage. Don't want you garbage. Alright, no, we get to skip his smug, punchable face showing up. So you won't see it. Look it up elsewhere. It's just this incredibly smug looking piece of jerk. Yeah. And then yeah, after you beat him, he's just like scoff. Whatever, right? Like anybody can win on a straight course. It's like, dude, you challenged us here. I don't want to tell you nothing, but you're dumb. But yeah, he's like, you know, he's a coward, right? Like, you know, we're calling him out. He should, you know, he should come and race the current best racer in Hakone, which is a mountainous region in Japan. they're all talking like, you know, Iki's a coward. And like, so like, people are shows like, I can't believe that like ever, right? Like slow. So yeah, we're gonna go back and confront Iki and ask what the hell's up with this garbage. And he's gonna tell us what's up with this garbage. And Doji and Makoto carrying on with him. Buddy. Racing by my side. I knew it deep inside. I'm going to confront Iki at his apartment later. Later being in the next scene. He didn't have any of the answers I wanted. We would be through. Love me a dill pickled Trisket. Love me a dill. Love me a dill weed. Alright. Get that scene. So yeah, we go in and confront Iki, and Iki has some backstory for us. Backstory time. So, Bay Lagoon Racing, we were, earlier you could see, it was mentioned it was founded in 1997. Yeah. So, here's Iki, and the current best racer, Miharu. And he's like, so what would you do if you were racing and somebody got in the way? Any jackass who slows me down and gets in my way can take a hike. They don't deserve to race on the same road. But he's like, if you break formation, you could end up dead. They could end up dead. And if I ever slowed you down, I expect you to do the same to me. He's like, you want flat time? This race isn't about filling in some numbers. This is street racing. These roads exist, let me stretch on and let me race forever. Like lap time? The competition Street Racer has. If somebody failed to clear the road successfully, Iki slammed brakes, and Yaru just kept on going. Was like, yep, like we're through. Like I can't beat that. And he's like, all right, I'm gone. I go to Yokohama. So yeah, Iki used to be a mountain racer. Right? So the initial D references keep piling up. Alright, next night we're gonna go to Hakone. Means that this night is complete. Boom! Still not saving though. Yep. All done. The undefeated. As we see this Hakone map, good time to remind us all that we are watching, Retro Gaming Live's RPG Gauntlet 1 Quest for Good RNG. This isn't a particularly RNG heavy game. So there is a little bit of it. I've actually gotten good RNG in the case where RNG doesn't matter. There's very little RNG in general in this game. As you would expect out of a racing game. Like, there's no rubber banding in this game, right? Like, it really is just kind of like, it's exactly what it says on the tin. The racing RPG. Yeah, here, you can see like the Hakone winding roads and stuff. This guy's gonna tell us all about the roads in Hakone, and we can't skip it. Long haul, son. All right. Plain and simple like. Left one, the turnpike. Mix of corners and straights. Okay, the far right, a bunch of corners and nothing. And the middle path is can't get in fights. Can't get in racings. Fair is caring. Don't want to get in fights? Take the new pass. See? The race that guy's left. Counter. There. Alright. Where do we want to be? Rise to battle. I don't need to practice. I have raced this a great number of times. Alright. Skip a scene here, and where like Ian and Mihara do some posturing. You're all set. Set? We're gonna do kind of like an uphill, an uphill team battle. Team Bay Lagoon or the Drift Dancer bracket S. Yep, and this is the big drifting. This is the big drifting course. Like it's just massive drifting loops. Massive drifting zones on this course. It doesn't really matter how we do here, except that they do as fast as possible. Well, with the game as fast as possible. Eat it! Eat it! I'm just beating everybody in this time. It doesn't matter. Race doesn't matter at all. Exercise my muscles. We are going to race on this course. Practice laps, baby. The game does lag a bit when it's doing these, races with multiple cars in them. That signpost area is definitely one of the Alright, nice, clean first place with a lot of distance. Love to see it. Nice, clean race right there. And now we watch another auto-scroller. As show talks about, starting to get an ego. Remember, this is with cutscene skips on. In New Game Plus, you're allowed to skip cutscenes. From the jump. Skip this though. Why can't I skip this? Oh my God. There we go. Finally. Gonna skip that scene. Where Joe talks about how, now he's got, a feeling of... Alright, we have to beat this Celine on the downhill this time. Ryo Yamazaki is our opponent. We still have a better power-to-weight ratio. I don't, downhills are supposed to be, more difficult to navigate. I don't really feel it. I don't feel this is a downhill, so, it's tougher, it's tougher for me to control the inherent speed of the car. It's not a feeling I get in race games. That's, what downhills are supposed to be, right? Downhill, the car wants to go down the hill, it's helping you, right? For good or for ill, right? So I just don't get that. Downhill matters. Video game. What are you gonna do? It's not exactly a, you know, it's not a simulation racer, you know? An arcade racer. Realism. Good racing. Feeling good. Oh man. Yeah, getting out of that. You can't it's hard to drift out the other direction out of a drift. Right? Like the game's inputs don't really allow it well. Alright, we did it. Get another post-race auto-scroller. The show talks about, right, like how he has these new feelings, how he's tired of being under Iki's shadow. And yeah, like we're at this point, we're like the seconds racing, right? Like we're the pre-game. Top of the card, still Iki and Miharu. So Iki is going to note that he let Iki used to have loan that Levine, that 86. He's letting us use it. So Iki is basically the protagonist of Initial D. Right, like vibe-wise, like it's just like, you know, pile the serials numbers off. Oh, he's you know, mountain racing, right? Like, you know, he uses his 1186, blah blah blah. Yeah. Nonsense. So yeah, nope. A loving homage, right? Nothing wrong. Just kind of funny. Nothing wrong with loving Initial D. Right. Iki and Miharu are hashing things out. Hot-blooded young men. Grab the black cat here. We don't care. We don't have a real race. They don't have a real race until we're gonna actually menu equipping. Can't skip this. I'm trying. You just have to watch Iki and Miharu hash things out. I hope then Iki takes him on the inside. Iki now a full car length ahead. Masters of sport, you'll know what I meant about bones. Never alone when I race. No one left to overtake. He gets to be inside on the last real corner. Takes the victory. Moves downhill. And the boys have more or less patched up their relationship. Good on them. And on that note, the night is complete. Boop. Don't save, can't save. Can't stop, won't stop. So here we see the 8th Midnight. There's an extra part of the 8th night that happens this same night. It's not like you go to Hakone every day, you know? Toto's dad. Bringing up street racing accidents in the past. 10 years ago, there were a lot of street racing accidents. The mystery behind Yokohama's fastest legend. Just too much. It was stir crazy if you let it pass behind. That's not really. Kone had become a battlefield. Iki had already claimed victory. Same old, same old. You can hear it in the music. Plan is to meet with the old Emperor Manabu. Because he might know something about the mysterious deaths 10 years ago. Very short drive down the hill. Hey, that's Yuka's car. Hey, Yuka, how's it hanging? How you doing? Yuka's here, and we're both kind of like the only lead we have is that Keisuke, the jerk bag and the orange grassy, like that they know something about what's going on, maybe. Then as Yuka drives off, things get weird. Spooky. Oh, Manabu's here. Flashes his brights into our eyes. Battle. Battle. You can chase her down, nothing's wrong. I said we didn't have any real races before we hit menu, and that's still correct. Because this isn't a real race. Yo, please let me out of your cutscenes. I'm begging you. Begging you. We're doing an uphill here. We didn't do it uphill. We were already at the top of the hill. Game's weird sometimes. Yeah, Joe wants to strike out on his own. Got some pride. I like he qualified for the GP, right? Tires fried out in agony. Maybe you shouldn't make your tires out of damned souls. I don't know. All right, now actually the race against Manabu Oda. And it's an uphill. Like we just saw a flashback of this race. Sometimes game, I know. We're still a door. Yeah, we have a little over 2 kilometers here. Oh, just didn't hit. I assumed I was gonna hit there. Managing not to hit. Ah, look. It's a whiteout. Congratulations! I can't believe this shit! You're not wrong, buddy. You're not wrong. He squeezed his way into the race. Damn it! I was trying to race, and he's like, no, it wrecked. It wrecked! Joe loves mixing metaphors. There's a lot of mixed metaphors in this baby. Alright. We get a scene skip. Love it. Alright. Now, this is... Show tells us that he hears a voice in that scene we just skipped. Right. Now we're following Show to the tune shop in this place. Where Show's like, he's taking point, leading us through the past towards tune shop Lindy. I heard him say it clear as day. I hear the voice. The same one Kyoji heard? This is twisted into a little bit of a ghost story, which is again, the one gone Midnight is much more kind of like structured like a ghost story. Like essentially like ghost stories are superstitions, and then like where like the reality is much less, you know, dramatic. Thankfully, this is a Square RPG, so reality can be exactly as dramatic as you want it to be. But yeah, these sort of like, it's definitely, you know, a little more Wangan Midnight vibes in this, you know, now that we've fully gotten the initial D vibes, you know, the initial D component. All done. All right. Skip once here. Tune Shop Windy. He wants to challenge us to a race. We are going to buy some stuff first. You're gonna buy better tires. You're gonna buy a truck and better tires. Truck body. $500. Buy the pistons. Just enough money for it. Great. Whip. We're not modding. Sorry. Not body modifying yet. Machine completing. B30. Filter. ECU. Black Cat. Order. The key thing is that like the filter dies first. We don't bothering buying the ROC. We don't have the money for it. Back here. Now we have to race KT. Alright. Let's race KT. Alright, so yeah, KT's actually kind of a beast. As you would expect from a master tuner. Right, like his car is lighter than us, and also more powerful. He's got a whole bunch of like 7 and 8 slot things. Like once you beat him and you see his car layout, that's what your car layout's actually supposed to look like, isn't it? unfortunately for him, the computer's garbage. If the computer can be that level of power, right, like, just for free, that'd be great. I can screw up and still keep that car on paper better than the car. Talking shit. Crash. It might come up and put in front of me. Loser race. I've lost before. Oh, I hate these turns have a like the turns have arrows pointing both directions, and what happens is that I see the arrows pointing the wrong direction. And instead of the ones pointing the right direction, I screw it up so many times. My eyes lock onto the wrong direction of turn. Fashion, except through my own running into the walls. All right, post-race auto scraler. All right, KT's gonna give us a bit of an info dump. KT is also from long ago, and so KT is going to inform us about what's some of the interesting details about what's happening. Also, KT's talking about, like, now that we've raced, like, we have a special bond, I know what you can do. Heck yeah! So yeah, there's in the garage, there's a fully spec'd GT, like, not street racing, but actual racing car. And in fact, all the people in the GT on the GP are going to use it. You can see it like actually has a bunch of slots. It has a carburetor and some cams and a bunch of stuff there. We don't need any of it. The Geef from Iki is the fully tuned racing spec car. Alright. So yeah. Alright, now here's the part that we can't skip or Katie's gonna give us a little bit of the information. Everything except how Iki began hearing the voice. Good upset. Alright. So yeah. 10 years ago, right, like there's the Yokohama's fastest, Zeta and Manabu, were all in their racing prime. So now outrageously tuned Zeta 3000 driven by Yokohama's fastest. I mean Yokohama's fastest legend? No, Yokohama's fastest delivery. Given that Zeta 3000 became a legend. Had a pitch black body that blended into the darkness of night. Horrible metallic sounding muffler. Unsettling aero kit. It looked like some living beast. Diablo tune. That's right, we have a Zeta with the Diablo tune, not the Devil Z. No. This is completely different from the Devil Z. Now loading another cutscene. Diablo tune? What? Cars and demons that drive a sickly black aura. Terrifying car. Diablo Zeta 3000. Every racer who touched that black magic wound up dead in a freak accident. Unimaginable speed. He showed me pictures of an accident. It was a blue 7 that had driven into the ocean. Koji's? That's right. I recognized the rotary engine. It was the same one his brother drove. That 7 had been Diablo too. Now we have a name to put to that arrow kit. Whoever's responsible for Diablo tuning those cars has hell to pay. Hell to pay. Make it sound like a person. Well, we all have one or two things that we regret. Things that keep us up at night. Never forget that he wasn't able to make a difference when it mattered. As soon as the game registers my start screen, my start button, we can skip this scene and move on to the Yokohama GP. Whoop, whoop. Aren't saving. Part of not saving, do you not get? All right. Actual GP time. We're gonna get a quick chance to modify our car, but we've already set ourselves up here. We're gonna give us another chance to save. The Grand Prix! Yokohama Grand Prix! 10 a.m. Oh man, I'm not gonna be awake at 10 a.m. Not after doing this run. Alright. Here's where we will meet all the people that qualified. And we have not seen basically any of them except for Akira and Iki. Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen any of them except those two. So, let's meet some new people. All right, here's Iki. This is Akira. No, this is the Drift Dancer. Okay, this is Maharu Koguichi. If you haven't met Maharu, right, East Japan. Yokohama, Akira Tsujimoto. Right, we know Akira. West Japan, the West RR, Kyoko Shina. That is a woman. She also has a sister, her sister raised with her. Tokyo, the C1 Road Stars by Gamo Kusunoki. We will meet him. We also meet the sisters, but not then Yokohama Veil of Three hometown heroes. So, you can also, if you make it through here, if you get first or second, we need to get first. It gives you 5 million yen. We need that yen. Right? Which means that if we get second, like, if it looks like we're going to get second, I either have to fail the race on purpose, or I have to reset to a backup save. Because you cannot proceed, the routing does not work. There's no way you can do the last half of the run in any sort of reasonable time without it. And it's not because of, like, without it you can't be powerful enough, it's that without it you can't do the fastest UORs. This is 5 laps. And we're all in the, like, you can't outpower anyone, right? Like, you're all basically driving similar cars, right? You get Maharu. You get Akira. This car's big difference than your main one, the braking is actually legit, right? Like we have no brakes, this car has brakes. We don't, you could slot brakes in, right? Like into one of your equipment slots. We don't bother getting or equipping them. This car does have them though. Whoa! Sometimes the car doesn't behave like the cars I normally drive in this game. So you get weird things like this happen. What? Hell's other cars, so get ahead of everyone. I believe, right, like that's the best pace. You're only racing against yourself. There is no rubber banding in this game. Like if you just do better than everyone, right? Like the game lets you. So this race gives me a great opportunity to talk about what rubber banding is for. Essentially, rubber banding, like matchmaking in competitive games, is meant to make it so that have a chance of losing, right? Like basically matchmaking exists to find the point at which you are 50-50 with your opponent, right? Like your gamer score in a game, elo, all those things exist, right? Like sure there are ranks, but also they're there so that they can then pair you with someone of equivalent rank and make it a 50-50 fight. Right? That's what it exists for. That is why those systems exist. Right? So rubber banding is essentially doing the same thing. Right? It's like, okay, you're crushing this Mario Kart race, right? Like, we don't want you to just crush every race, right? Like, that's not a game, right? Like, crushing every race in a kart racer isn't a video game, right? Like, it's just, right? Like, it's just masturbation, basically, right? So, a rubber band so that you're like, okay, like, this is actually, like, even if I'm very good, right? Like, there is some challenge to the game, right? Like, that is what it's there for. It's meant to reinforce. This game is already difficult enough, right? Like this game, like there's no rubber banding in this game because it doesn't, right? Like the level of, I've played this game, for like hundreds of hours, right? At this point, right? I have 100%ed the game at least twice, in addition to speed running it and stuff, right? Like, and I'm still not winning every race, like no long. Mind you, like the world record people generally do, in fact, win all of the races, right? Like just like they are half courses ahead of them, right? But most people, legitimately, right? Like that's just not necessary for this game, right? And like in a lot of RPGs, right? Like that's actually the case, right? Like, it's like at some point, right? Like in Final Fantasy III, you can just ultimate everything and everything dies and nothing matters, right? Like it is very common in RPGs to just be like, we're going to challenge you. Right, like somewhat, right, like, but often there's a point at which we can no longer effectively challenge you, and we're okay with that, right? Like, it's like we did not build this game so that you couldn't beat it, right? It's like, RPGs are very much often in that space, right? So, when you look, okay, we're gonna make an RPG that's a racing game. Like, should you have rubber banding? Well, I mean, good, but we don't here, and that much more matches a kind of an RPG style of game design than kind of like many racing games style. Right? It is an interesting thing to bring up because like so often in racing games, you're like, oh, like, there's rubber banding, right? Like, so we have to work around that. There's no rubber banding in this game, right? If you can stomp all your enemies, you get to stomp all your enemies, right? Like, you don't care. That's not. We aren't here to provide, right, like a constant challenge to your races, right? Like, this is challenging as they are. That's all we're doing here. Right? It's an interesting perspective, right? Like when you think about like how many racing games. Yeah, some game design thoughts with regards to racing Lagoon as we completely destroy the big GP. Right, like this is the tentpole race of like the second half. Right. This is we went in the previous nights we were talking about like we want to get out from under Geeky Shadow, right? Like here we get the chance to beat Geeky. Heads up, right? Like, and we're gonna do it. And like typically, right? Like the game lets you proceed even if you get second here, and he usually is the one that gets first. Because as I mentioned, other cars don't really follow physics, so it's tough to be like, oh, right, like wow, here are one for ones. It's like no, like the cars don't follow real physics, right? Like he's going. Just how it's going. And there's later dialogue if you're forced to see that assumes that you and are operators. Anyway, so yeah, that's right. Like this is kind of the tentpole thing, right? Like started this, on the 4th night. Right now, and 8th. This is the 9th. This would be the 9th night, right? Like if this was on a night, it's not. It's all separate. Feeling real good. If you can get out in front in a race, right, like this, right, like there's just without other cars to screw things up. Like, it's not about lap time. It's about the only competition is with the only competition speedrunner really has. All right. That'll be the 5th lap. 100 meters. 30, 20, 10, 0. We are done with the Yokohama GP. We have gotten first place. We have gotten 5 million yen. And another input break. I'll be right back. Alright, we're to the bridge! This is where we can proceed with the game! Maybe? There we go. Alright, good talk. Bonus rewards, a bunch of yen! Whoop whoop! Alright. Don't need to save. Right, so we are about to skip a bunch of scenes, and there's a party they're holding for us, we skip it. Why do we skip it? So we can gently lose our minds. There are a bunch of scene skips here, and they're basically Sho losing their mind. Right, like flashbacks, talking to a voice in his head, like absolute, just like losing their minds. Or like racing on the K1 for hours later. Right, like, and after all of that, we get another shot at touching our car. We don't need to change anything here. Don't even have anything to change to. All right. And then, coming into the morning, Iki meets us and he's like, hey, right, like, let's race like street racers do. Right, like, let's race until dawn. Right, like street racers. Right, in our street racer cars, not in the GP cars. Right? Heads up 1v1. Right? No items, final destination. What we do? The Lagoon course. This is this is sunrise, not sunset, as the last time we saw this lighting rig. He can in fact tag us. Oh, too much, way too much. Oh, bad. We've got some time. We've got, if you look at the counter, we've got a few laps. That wasn't. Still taking in the corner generally. Crashing into the insides. Pretty bad. Close there. That's what we're going to need to do. We're going to catch up. Not even sure we can catch up. No, that's too much. We're not going to. And, yeah, the race that ends before we hit the finish line. I wonder if that means something's going to happen. We'll just have to try it again and find out. Game over. Alright, so, unfortunately, this forces us into a cutscene, which is an alternate history. Like, basically, like, we know, show says, like, he was racing on the, on the highway all night. If we don't win that race, the game kicks us back to that last night and be like, hey, right, like, you can grind, right, like, and upgrade your stuff now, right, like, so if you couldn't beat show, right, like, we're gonna give you the opportunity to, to tune yourself up, right. So this is, again, smart design from RPG designers, right, like, tactics was a number of years before this. They realized that the Wii graphic model was a bad idea. So any place where this would have kind of lock you in to like, oh, you have to win this fight with just what you have. There's always an option to get it out. There's always a way to get to more resources. It actually gives you access to a unique Toon Shop. You can't access Toon Shop RSD at any point in the game other than right now. Alright, let's try that again. Less sucking. Right. It's still, so that's the time loss that we get. The first time you lose the race, where like show explains things. The second time he doesn't explain things, just drops you back to a menu. Right, so each subsequent loss will be less of a time loss than that first one. Still would prefer not to lose any time, obviously. This is, because it's not night, you can see the reflection work, right, like happening in the back window. At night, where are you eating? Where are you eating? Can I see you? Ah, it's because you're over there. He does have us in this right there. Ah, too much. I was trying to get on his inside and ran into the walls. Bad, dude. Thankfully. He ran into us from the back there. Not great. Alright. Get us in the straight here again. Still got some time to get. Focus. thought I would be able to correct off on the beginning. This one too. This is the point of the RPG where we are again. We are a little under level now, right? Like we could have much better stuff than we do. That would require time. We're not interested in taking time for that. And honestly, right, like the core engine components, right, like we can't really get better than what we have right now. Right, like we end up upgrading into, right, like something close to the best overall engine in the entire game by the end of the run. Like it's the second best engine, I think. Just nothing. There's like a V30 Alpha. Like there's just nothing we can buy. Like, there's stuff we could win, but that race takes like 2 minutes, right? Like it's just not worth anything to try and do that stuff. Just need to win here. Side. Stupid geeky. And manually downshift in this game, even with automatic. I had to do that a couple times here because hits haven't been auto putting in that. Get a shot here. Crap. Maybe not. Maybe not anymore. Nope. Not quite. Being that outside one. But it did. This is the one I've been having the most trouble with in practice as well, annoyingly. What time is it? Okay, yeah. We're fine. There we go. We have like 2 hours, right, like from now till the end of the game in theory, if this is the only thing I get stuck on. I'm thinking the estimate because I asked if my PB is an hour and 45 minutes past world record, and my estimate is 6 on 5. Iki has this unfortunate habit of messing us up in the straight too because he's so fast. He will tag us right with it. He'll body us. Put us in the fuck. Oh, beautiful. That's exactly how you draw it up. We got some distance now. Now we will switch into don't screw up mode. We don't need to play perfectly. Do not screw up. Great. It's visible behind us. Go again. Drift, right? Big shape again. Remember, you're going, because we're in 5th gear here, I like it much faster than it is in the first lap. You're going to have to be more careful here. Going into the wall, going so much faster than you are normally. Second and third laps. All right, we're done. We're through. Finally. All right, back on track. All right. Oh no. Iki, buddy, no. Don't do this to us. Don't do this to us. You did the exact same thing we did with Makoto here, game. Ah, hell. Iki, buddy. No. Right? He goes into the water. We throw our phone in the ocean, and we confront the voice in our head directly. And they don't really tell us anything useful. Night complete. Night is completed. Love that. We aren't saving. We are past the last point where we can just continually, repeatedly get bodied unless we really screw up for the qual for the next big set of this race. All right. So yeah, Iki went in the ocean, right? Like after a night of us losing our wits. Skip a scene here real quick, and then we do another. This is first night reprise, right? Like, you know, musicals do like reprises, right? Like when, like, you know, when things get serious, right? Like this is definitely, right? Like our home, our street, right? Like this is the first night's reprise, right? Where like what was kind of like, you know, Hot Boys racing, right? Like has turned into, as says show puts it, a twisted legend. We thought we called these streets home, but instead it's just been tragedy. Yup. Sorry, buddy, you're in a Squaresoft game. Angst is built in. Existential crisis, buddy. You use that language, that hyena language, multiple times in the course of this game show. Nope. Not interested. Alright, so we are now able to go on the highway under the K1 and the C1. One gun is open to us. And that's where we need to go to proceed the plot.
Flip the raps, flip the track.
Flip the track. So yeah, they can yeah. So, the guy from Kanto, from the GP, is trying to put together, right, like a super team of racers here. Right, Kanto's fastest unit. Right, he's trying to put together a super team of racers. The Daikoku parking area. is a part. It's the lower left parking area in the new Tokyo Extreme Racer. If you played that, right? Like there's the parking area in the far lower left of the map. Yeah, we drive to the racing hole. Forced into this tournament. We bought the filter to take the hit here. Because we're going to give up immediately. As these, as usual, races take time we don't care about. We bought the filter to take the hit here. That's why we put it first. We didn't even take the hit, right? We've still got this filter as a shield in case something goes wrong. Alright. It gives away your parts top, in reading order. Top left to bottom right. And this is you all being informed by the mechanics, right? There are multiple lanes on the road, so you can get ambushed. Unless you're going over 100 kilometers an hour, you won't get in combat at all. They'll just honk at you annoyingly. Keisuke is a tool. Alright. We leave the racing hole. Trying to get to North Yokohama. Here. Fastest way to do that is like drive up this way. Not this one. This is the one you need to take. Whatever. At least it doesn't slow you down. There we go. Woo! Just avoid the combat. All right. Come in from the right side on the highway. We saw this briefly on the night when Kenzo drove up here with us. This is the way to Hakone. Do not want to enter those URRs right now. We will come back for you later, baby. Alright. We got the truck. I don't need to get the truck again. Alright, so we're headed back up the mountain. Right, like with Iki, right, like in the hospital. Yokohama's top two are in the same place. It's like, wait, is Iki here? A little confusing, but whatever. Nonetheless. We were on the safety road, game. Go to hell. Ugh. 86 Thunder. Ugh. Well, I mean, we have the filter as a backup. The filter is 4. Losing it to the race. Alright, roll dice and... we lost it. Alright. Shield down. Don't you dare! God, why? I hate you both. I hate you both. All right, we made it. Yes. All right. Yeah, we have to go here first. At which point we will have this little cutscene where Manabu Oda and Miharu are kind of out racing. Right, like two familiar cars dancing in the mountain path. Past and present now. Miharu and Manabu. Yep. Okay, so show accurately they're working something out. You know, they probably know that Iki had an accident. Right. So yeah. Racing is the only thing that will let us deny our will to race is to defy reality. Our lives hold no meaning and we're not back. Hey, you're getting a little toxic here. I think this is toxic. Just wait until we find out what Manabu's dealing with. Alright. Having seen that cutscene, their cars are now stopped up here. So we go up here to race them. Yep. Take them. Definitely take them, game. Skip. All right. Welcome to the Holy Road. All right, Koguichi first. No, sorry, there is no I there. Sorry, it's Koguchi. My mistake. Uphill. Front line than us. He has a turbo on, right? Like, he should realistically be able to do better, right? Like, at the higher. Not sure what the mechanics. But his car actually I think his turbo is going to take one from back. We hit his car just as we were trying to drift, and that knocked us out of the drift. Those other cars. Jerk! Oh, got it. Okay. I was like, I don't want to have to do this again. Gives you a lecture, a stupid lecture. If you don't win. Alright. Here's where the ghost story stuff kind of pops back up. Never alone when I race. Didn't have this fierceness before. I beat your ass last time too. Sounds like you're racing for your life. It's like you're a whole different person. The speed. Speed is mine. Just as it was 10 years ago. How to become you. Slash. Watch slash. Yes. On. Skip scenes. Right. And your other self reacts to Oda here. Right, like, you know, because Oda was around 10 years ago, and the voice inside your head seems to have something to do with 10 years ago. So, yep. This is a downhill. Sadly, this game doesn't preserve records. New Game Plus, and it's like carrying your best records. You're sad. It's really cool to be able to like track and track over side of the interface. What are my best times ever? Outspeed so easily here. You only raise the Woo! That was a juicy turn right there. Right up, nose near the rail. Oh man, feels so good. Drifting this game feels fantastic. Whew. Good one. Now, the voice inside our head is going to have a conversation with Oda. Couldn't handle the real fastest thing. Pretender! Let me tell you a story. One I couldn't tell you. Finally gonna confess your sins to me of all people? The ghost has some sins. I don't have much time left. We thought, like, you know, we were getting a little serious. Nam was just like, yeah, alright. Like, I'm just gonna die with my hands on the wheel. Just like, wow, man. I thought we were getting a little grim here, buddy. Woo! Woo! Remember, don't drive like this. You know, the game didn't let you, the game warned you, don't drive like this. Drive like this. Alright, and that's that. We don't take anything off of Oda. Alright, I'm gonna skip this scene. Skip. Oda tells us more about the past. We get this message, this idea that we need to head north. Well, like between Oda and the guy in our head. Right, like we are told to go north. Hey. Yeah! Not saving! Not saving! Head into the middle of the, head into the 6 o'clock hour. Is that right? Fourth person. Okay. 9th midnight. It's another midnight section. Why is this another midnight section? As we try to leave, the game forces us into dealing with a problem. Screen skip. This is the Wangam music. I keep getting Wangam messed up, but it should be easy to remember because there is no singular G, right? Like, it kept me Wagna, right? That doesn't work. There is no singular G. Wangam, because there is a GA sound, right? I keep, like, sometimes I screw it up with, like, Wangam, right? Wangam. Getting an N instead of an M there at the end, too. C1 Roadstars, this is the jerk that tried to have Kanto's fastest unit thing. Yeah, they're gonna force me, much like the GT Grand Tourers did, into a race here. A race on a course that I thoroughly do not enjoy. I don't enjoy the course, and I don't enjoy the fact that it's a 2-minute course. One lap is 2 darn minutes. Eat it. Eat it! That said, Gamo has one of the best engines, better engines in the game, and we're going to steal it from him here. Gamu's going to give us a little hint, right, like as to like his allegiance in a moment. Ain't letting you leave Kanto. It's almost showtime. The implication that Gamo and Keisuke are in cahoots is not, is an accurate one. We'll see that more. We would see that more later if we didn't skip as many cutscenes as we do. Haha. This course is very long. Not a huge fan. Not particularly racing friendly. He's driving essentially his car from the game. hard. Or not. Right? Fair enough. Okay. I don't like this early section because it had really slow speed moving Worbies. This part also kind of annoying, but it's a little the road is a little more. Curves are longer and more significant. A little better. And as the course goes on, it starts more better. Ooh, that was close. Alright. Because the car is so light, that's why we're getting that sort of like heating thing you see me doing. Right? Like, there's too much power, there's getting to be too much power for this car. And that trend only continues to well up into the game. There, so you saw again, right? Like, I did something and it didn't shift me out of 5, so I was out of my sweet spot. Give me a good time to wait for the next race to fail to happen. I can explain a bit about gearing cars. Alright, let's do that. Good, good. Taking the engine. Everything. Nothing to take from because we're about to. Alright, buddy. You don't get nothing out of me, buddy. Alright. That said, after dealing with Gamo, we meet like the former leader of Gamo's area who tells us in no uncertain terms, after we, play this race, he'll tell us what happened to the fastest racer from 10 years ago. Even with nothing on my car, right? Like, I'm still better numbers than him, but I'm not going to spend 2 minutes, 12 seconds on a race. You all know what this means. We're going to give up minute 33 and, 33.3. So gearing in a car, right? Like, the reason we have gears is because the engine is going it's a certain speed, right? And the engine is turning the crankshaft. Right, and it's turning the crankshaft via a gear assembly, right? Like, it's like, okay, right, like, and those that gear, it's turning the crankshaft turns the wheel axles, right? Like, turn the wheel, right? And like, the amount of turn of the wheels you get for the amount of effort that the engine is putting out, right? Like, is something you want to change, right? Like, over time, because engines have an optimal kind of like power point on the curve, right? When they're spinning this fast, they're delivering just the sweet spot amount of power, acceleration, etc., right? And so, like, ideally, if you had infinite gears, what you would do is you get to the sweet spot, and you would constantly switch gears, right? Like, if you could, right? Like, that would keep it in the sweet spot forever, right? That doesn't exist, but like, that's the goal. Like, that is what a transmission is supposed to do in a racing context, is keep you in the sweet spot of your engine's, output curves, right? And so that is what's happening there. right? So like that is what a transmission's supposed to do, right? Like is allow you to, like if you could in theory like could try and make the engine spin faster and faster and spin the wheels faster and faster without any gearing, right? Without any transmission, that's how you destroy engines, right? Like the gearing the engine is a much better job of kind of like changing it up, right? It's like, oh, right, like as the engine's going at this speed, if I want to go right like twice as fast, I need the engine to turn the thing it's attached to twice as fast. And I can do that via making the engine go twice as fast itself, or I can do it by changing the gear so the gear makes 2 rotations in the same time that the engine was making 1. Right? Like that's what gearing does. Right? And so that's what transmissions do, is they let you get the wheels going faster, right? Like then the engine, without forcing the engine to go, right, like 5 times faster, right? Like that's the bit, right? But so in a racing context, again, like there's a power, return curve. Like there's a power curve, right? Like that you're trying to keep the engine in that sweet spot of with your transmissions, right? And like there are reasons to be out of that, right? Like, sometimes it is better coming into or leaving a curve, greening a turn rather, to have more torque than is necessarily optimal because you're going to use the torque, right? Like very well in that position, or vice versa. Like sort of what torque's not what matters, so you would rather be in the half of the curve where like the actual speed per se, right? Like it's not about torque, it's about speed, right? So yeah, like that's me rambling about the nature of car. Like I'm not a gearhead, but like that's basic mechanics stuff that I roughly understand. Yeah, we are on the 10th night, or we're about to be. Right, and then yeah, we took a ferry to Hokkaido. We're just heading north. Like we don't even know like how many nights it's been. We have a dream, right? Like there's gonna be snow, right? And then 10th night splash. Pain of Destiny. Alright, 10th night. We're getting there. We're getting there. Of course, the game. Right, like, his 10th night. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. We scene skip, and we're at. Again, they provide us a place to grind if we can't deal with what's coming ahead. They provide us a place to grind. We won't be grinding. We don't need to. You, however, need to access Toon Chop Icefield to get a few things. Okay. So, going to Toon Chop Icefield. Need to buy a unit here. We need a bus. Bus. We bus it. Say in the business of buses. Buy both sets of twin turbos. Anything else, right? Oh, the CFRP package. We do want this. We'll explain why. Body modify. We need to make it bus, handle, and FR. Do that right now. For safety's sake, I'm going to make it so that we have live can finish. Alright. Need to equip. Right. 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 Yep. Wheels back on. Aero kit back on. Alright. Good deal. Let's get out of here. Alright. Alright, all that done. Now it's time to head up the mountain. Head for the summit. Let's do it. Let's do it. There's a little bit of an auto-scroller here as Show talks like, so a funny thing that happens here, like, let's say that you've like been grinding and you have like a really nice car, right? Like, Show still talks about his car like the beer, right? Like, it's just like, you know, the heater is busted and squealing, right? Like, it's just like this entire drive up the mountain is just like miserable, right? Like experience because our car is a pile of garbage. And like, it's just like, but like, I'm driving like, you know, an incredibly modern, good, you know, busted ass heater starting to squeal. Just like, buddy, right? Like, you have fully replaced every piece of that Levine. This is a world that you could live in, right? It's like, why is your heater busted ass, right? Like, you spent now millions of yen on this car, and it's just like, yeah, the heater's busted, buddy. But yeah, the voice, like, it took over briefly on the mountain, right? But you know, now we're still in control, and like we're conceptually we're going up to meet someone that knows about what happened. Manabu said the genius engineer behind Diablo 2, right? And the show is going to be philosophical. That exile is here, himself here is to reject humanity. Think he's better than the unwashed masses. We're gonna find out shortly why he would want to be, you know, as far away from everything. We skip this scene that tells us that, but sum up's real obvious. We show up, he hands us an optical disc, and then a bunch of guys from Wan Tech show up to kill him. So he runs, or rather he drives away. That's my favorite splash screen. Here's a forgotten hill. Here's a forgotten hill. Yep, and the text that he said, Show said during that little thing is like, you can fall off the mountain here. There are a couple sections there's no guardrails. Don't fall off the mountain. Lose the race immediately. If you even go off the mountain slightly, you're gonna use the periods when, right, like when there are guardrails to try and gain as much ground on people as possible. And we're gonna slow down in the no guardrail section. Yeah, the outside guardrail is gone. Hit it. If you go over the edge, you're done. That race is done. In fact, if you win the race, but you go off before like the screen is fully faded out, you die. You have to do the race over. Don't worry, they didn't introduce this mechanic for just one race. It's another race. We'll get there. Meant to be can fall off of a cliff technology. It did 2 races. It's fair, like, you don't want to just invent technology, right? That would be probably. Still also have to wait. Like, yeah, after you finish, you need to stop. Alright, didn't fall off the mountain. Success. Alright, and then, yeah, like, we get off the road. The guy, Wantech, just guns the guy down. Guns the head scientist down. And then you have a confrontation with the voice in your head, who doesn't tell you a damn thing. There's the optical diskette. Like, this is right, like, there's a hybrid between like a floppy drive's form factor and the savings of a CD. Yeah. Optical diskettes, they were real. Boys have been searching for the bearded man. Catalyst Smelly Mountain. One tech finds him and guns him down, which explains why he was hidden on a mountain. Following you. Show just doesn't understand anything, right? With absolutely no idea what's going on. Why would he? I would explain anything to him. Same as always. Didn't understood. Yeah. To be fair to show, there's really not. This is pretty tough to cobble anything together here at this point. Joe's working off very limited information, and the voice has not helped him at all. You definitely know something you don't, buddy. And then we get to skip the scene. The guys catch us. They take the optical diskette and they said, no, we don't want to kill you. We want to invite you to be one of our elite drivers. And they say driver with emphasis and quote marks. Alright. That is the end of the 10th night. You're not saving. Alright, welcome to the 11th night. The world record hits the 11th night around this time, actually. 3 hours and change, just under 3 hours. At least the old world record did. So actually, I think we're doing pretty good, all things considered. If I don't screw stuff up, I think we will have a real PB on our hands. I'm not sure what to do if I can cut an hour off of this run finally. We can show off some more runs, I guess. Alright, so we were invited to the Darkness GP at Red Ronga Warehouse in South Yokohama. Great. Wonderful thought game. First, alright. We're going to take care of a few of the UORs we need to do now, because they are out of the way. We're going to drive to the racing hall, as I affectionately call the parking area. I'm going to drive to the racing hall and going to do some racing! Because this is the long one, we equipped the ECU instead of our third turbos, because we need the top speed for this race. Most of the time we don't. The top speed is not the important thing, right? But in this race we need to be, Jet Stingray. We need to be Red Stingray. We need to be Bowser, right? That is the other person from the qualifier. We do not want to race with them.
Flip the wraps, flip the track.
Skip the scene, you get forced into that race. Said. Want to enter the race again. You are. Alright. Let's get some stuff done. Alright, so the 4 races we're going to do here are one gone one way, one gone the other, and then with turbos and stuff, and then without turbos and stuff. Again, I screwed up the menuing. Unfortunately. Small time loss. That fact said. With turbos, these races are pretty easy. Without turbos, one of them is legitimately kind of a... With turbos, nobody else. They have a turbo. I currently have 6 turbos, because the engine itself is a twin turbo, and then I have 2 twin turbos, so we have 6 turbos in it. If you know anything about engines, you know that's not a thing. You can't just keep slapping turbos on an aftermarket and be like, yeah, great. In this game, you absolutely can just keep slapping turbos on an aftermarket. Yeah, it's funny. Our final form car is going to have 7 turbos installed at once. And 2 negative compression pistons to go with them. Or rather, -2 is the compression, is these pistons installations rating. Care. This is all just, they're gonna give us a bunch of money and stuff we don't care about. Nope. Ah, that was dumb. All right, I can quit out immediately, I think, thankfully. That was a miss menu. I think you're allowed to quit out of URs instantly because they're fully optional. That's still a time loss. Trying to get to the lower right-hand corner. Thank you. It doesn't cost us anything. Guess it doesn't cost us anything. Yeah, I know. Well, a game. Yeah, there's no get rewards here. Alright. Other direction on the Wangam. Wangam. I have nowhere left to call home. I'm cast aside the warmth and peace of everyday life to become the fastest. Fastest. So at the other end. Turbo Land. Yeah, so this is a good time to talk about turbos and superchargers. So turbos and superchargers are basically the same. And the thing that they are is the way that jet engines work is that they compress the air. Because they compress, like air's a gas, right? Like it's you know, all the molecules are spread, right? You compress the air down, right? Like, and since like an explosion is the oxygen molecules or whatnot interacting with the chemical under energy to create things, you're cramming more oxygen per cubic meter, right? Right. And so like what you get is, right, like you get better explosion, right? Like that's how jets work. That's also how superchargers, turbochargers. Difference is like compressing the air requires work. Like, you know, you rent an air compressor, right? Like it makes a whole bunch of heckin' noise because it's an engine that you use to compress the air. You don't want to run a full second engine, right? Like in your car to compress the air, right? Like that, you don't want that, right? So what happens instead is I access machine complete. The superchargers say, I'm going to take the existing engine, latch onto its crankshaft, and do it that way. Like that's so that is what superchargers do. They're like, I'm going to use the crankshaft, it's right there. I'm going to take a little bit of the work the crankshaft is normally doing and use it to compress the air, right? Like, and you get paid in doing that, right? Right, like that is worth the effort, right? But you're losing a little top end ultimately, right? Like, it's because like your crankshaft will ultimately never reach the same speed as it did, right? Turbos say, you know what? When the car is going fast enough, the air is being driven into me with so much force that I can use that force to, right? The same way that like jet engines just that intakes take in air from the front and use that to create the thrust, partially by, you know, the force of the air. That's what's happening with the turbo. This leads to the behavior of what's called turbo lag, which is that your turbo doesn't kick in until you're going a certain speed. Supercharger works from the jump because it's using the crankshaft, right? Like, so it's doing the work from the start, right? Like for the entire, first, X many amount of speed, right? Like the turbo is not working, but the super is, right? Right? And so like that's what turbo lag is I'm not going fast enough for the turbo to compress the air to an effective level. Flip side, right, like is that, right, like that means that the crankshaft is free, right, like to do whatever you want, right? So like the trade-off is your top end is a bit better, but you're slower off the line. That's supposed to be the difference, right? That's not how it really works in this game, because you get through like the 0 to 60 almost instantly, right? Like it's like I'm at 60 kilometers per hour, like less than a second off the line, right? So like that sort of like, oh, well, like it's a draw, like you don't get it from the start, it just doesn't matter, right? Like I'm over, you know, I'm through the turbo lag in like a fraction of the time that the race takes, right? It's like superchargers are still good in the game, right? Like, but like they aren't so good that it makes like they just like, oh yeah, I should use superchargers over turbos, right? Like no, like all turbos is just fine. There is an installation. It's like there's a couple installations there are like hybrid super and turbo, right? And like that's kind of cool. This is why this race is a problem. That's legitimately a problem. Legitimately catch up. Because of the way that this race starts, as opposed to what I just did, it is more conducive to your kinetic seating on his phone. It didn't sell some of my starting gear, so I equipped it here, and that's enough to keep ahead of him, right? Usually you sell that stuff, but I didn't need to because I got such a good exchange rate on it. Right. That guy is often more of a pain if you're running a little close to the line, but since I didn't have to sell anything, right? Good deal. All right. We did it. All right. All right. So, unfortunately, I have to now switch back into our full configuration, our full power configuration. Back to the twin turbo. This time, we're going to equip all the turbos that we can, and then the pumps. This is why we picked up Slash. Right, Slash is better than Black Cat, even if Black Cat was helpful. All right, that's 4 of the 20 URs we have to do down. All right, and the previous route, you did another 7 URs tonight. That's not happening here. It's not what we're doing. We are headed South Yokohama, which is actually just like right here. All right. Yeah, the highway races are also kind of long. Even the one-on-one race is long. So come in right here. Our destination, however, is the RetroGamingLiveTV warehouse, which is on the far side of the city. Cool music. It's nice. Right. Stay on the left side of the road. Drive. That's Spencer's tune shop. This is Spencer's test track. Here we will meet the big man. This is Schneider. He is welcome to the darkness. Champion of the European race circuit. He's like, hey, we're gonna do a little qual, but please don't hurt my my hobby car. Right, like as if like nonsense. All right. Right. Let's do this thing. All right, so this is a 3-lap qualifier for the quote-unquote Darkness GP. We have switched into full turbo mode rather than having ECU. You see, there's like through the initial stages so fast. We are both Toad and Bowser. We are now more Toad than Bowser, but we're still pretty heavily on the Bowser style. Grass doesn't behave as badly as it does in racing in this, because it's a racer. you still, like, your traction's not great on grass or dirt or snow, right? But it is not as disastrous as it is when you're actually going, like, if you're going to, 280 kilometers an hour using grass, right? Like, that you're like, the car is going to flip and twist and die. That's what happens when that happens. You see it when, on a NASCAR race, right? Like, you can't go in the grass. Grass is not built to handle wheels at that speed, right? And just everything just tears up the ground and the car because neither one of them likes the situation that they're in, right? Like, that's how it works, right? So that is not how this works in this game. Fun note, I looked, actually, like, in Hokkaido region, in the winter, where, like, when it's snowing, you are required to have snow tires. Like, you have to have studded tires or chains by law, right? Like, you're not allowed to be like, oh, I'll just drive with my normal, nope, absolutely not allowed. You need to put, some sort of provision by law, right? I'm not sure how those laws work in general. I've never lived in a place where that was, like, where the snow was so significant that is considered being law. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case in Alaska. Certain parts of the year, if you want to drive, have studs or chains on. All right, easy peasy, darn squeezy, and all right, I'm not taking anything off his car. You don't need anything off your stupid car. All right, night complete. Here's. Coming up is the most difficult straight up racing challenge in the game. This is the Darkness GP. Darkness GP is 5 Diablo tuned cars and you. That is what's going on here. Which is to say, it is unfair as hell. But we can still win it. And not only can we still win it, we can still blow it away if we get free of all the enemy cars. That's the ideal, right? But this is absolutely, like, the enemy cars are hard, but they're not so hard as to be insurmountable in any real way, right? Like, if your top speed is still higher than theirs, it's a bigger issue, right? Still a hard race, though. Don't get me wrong. It's just 18 kilometers of difficult. Oh, wow. That went so well. I was expecting to tag that guy and lose speed. Like we're about to do there. No, we hit. That kind of bounce into bounce thing is actually very realistic. Actually how cars work. When you hit the rails. You'll hit the rail and you bounce off and you'll turn right back into it. Very realistic bit of physics that they managed. Pretty good. I am definitely very well timed. I'm making good. I'm doing things that are definitely only when I'm doing dialogue. It doesn't mean I'm auto winning. Definitely good. Doing what I would consider pretty good. Right. That's perfect. When I'm off, like some of these drift turns that I'm doing, I would just a wall riding, and of course I can. We have 5 laps. This little area between these two curves is typically a place where I need a very good job of taking ground in the bridge ceremony. Right? Like, I'm not sure why. Okay, that was a weird little flip through that I did there. Game's physics actually benefited me. Where's that? Okay. those other cars? Say it. Keep saying it. Truth. That's the second best kind of turn you can hit. Wheel it around, bounce, hit checkboards. Oh, yeah! That is a dialed-in turn right there, my friend. That was great. And then I screw it up in the second one. Oh, man, that was so good. They really do just give a ton of speed away in this section of the race for some reason. Make it. Anything the game's willing to offer. Really don't like that. It's not like horrendous. Oh man, I was not sure I could make that. I was not sure I could check my way through that. Then that guy just drove me into the wall and passed me simultaneously. Hell, those other cars. No. Hi. Hi, fourth place person. I hate you too. Great. That's where I want to be. More laps left. Just throwing away what looked like a reasonable chance. This is only as much time loss as it looks like. Time loss and how long it took me to lose this race. There is no second place in this one. Too much. I can't catch him at this one. This race. All right. Press. Press. The metal. They slow down a lot in those curves as well. Not go clean. Take this turn. Done it. Man, I think we rescued that one. We almost gave up on it, but we got there. First try. Corner bounce in. Woo! Good to see your schematics. We did it. This is our last input break. Woo! Woo! We're not done, not by a long shot, but that is probably the hardest technical challenge. That's the hardest racing challenge of the game. Getting that first try, super important. Feeling good. Doing good on water. Yeah. Whew. We're not even done with that course. We're gonna have to race 3 more laps in that course in a moment. Because the guy that's in the lead car, the lead enemy car, is being treated as if that's Yokohama's fastest. Right? Like, everybody's treating him like he's, you know, the legend from 10 years ago. The guy in our head, he has a little issue with that. He thinks he was Yokohama's fastest. Or is. Something. Like, you've got a very, I'll show you who the fake hedgehog is moment come here. But we get a piece of gear here. Very important one. We're not saving, because we don't save. But we are going to equip something here. We got the Diablo Arrow Kit. That's right. Diablo Arrow Kit is better than every other arrow kit by a country mile. We get some flashback as stuff happens, like that's the War of Yokohama, right? Like all the burning cars, right? Figure out. Yep. We are now way less and are more powerful than the Diablo Zeta. Get this bread. 3 laps, 1v1. Tough to manage sometimes not hitting the other cars. Also not hitting the rails, because like you can't hit anything. We're fine. The Diablo Air Kit's incredible. Provides a massive amount of downforces while still leaving your car fairly able to do stuff. Absolutely wild how good this Arrow Kit is. Why you're seeing me like hard turn farther than I expect. So powerful. So good. Like this stupid turn. A lot easier to just make it dead almost. This car, like, taking him in that turn is much better right now. Some weird physics stuff going on. This also taking them in this turn. Again, hit the inside. Other cars. Oh, hell is other cars. Blah, 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 blah. Hell is other cars. One more. Good. That was terrible. So bad. Oh, did not hit the wall there. Oh, wow! I can't believe that collision worked out well for me. Usually... come on, Mike. You can't eat that much wall and expect to win this one. Right? Like, you can't... might still win anyway, but... Oh, that was bad. Oh, that was terrible. I might lose this one now. That little last little concealed. Unfortunate. 4 minutes of time loss. That's what you get. Alright. 4 minutes of time loss. Oh, hell. That's for get rewards? Well, I still have my 5,000s. Assuming they'll let me get back into... They'll let me back into machine complete in a second. Worst case, there are tires that can be bought at a tune shop there. We haven't been to the dispensers. That will be serviceable if I screw this up again, but hopefully I do not screw this up again. All right, let's try this again. 3 rounds with fake Diablo, the fake Yokohama's fast. Oh, too much. Oh, come on. You could do better than that, Mike. There we go. Beautiful. Got some distance between them. You can see their dot separate from my dot. Getting there. We've got this one, I think. That kind of like nose in turn there that I did is definitely something I can only do when I'm actually performing well at the racing game. I'm perfect. Going on between my ears. All right. Got this guy. All right. We've got the thing. Ooh, there's another one of those like hit, turn, hit ones. They're, again, very common thing for a car to do. Watch some car wrecks sometimes, see that behavior. Hit bounce, hit the same wall again, outside stuff. Alright. GG, Faker. Alright. And we're through. Okay. Right, we're not gonna save. All right, we find out that the driver here is Iki. And we haven't seen Iki since he came back. Haven't seen anybody since he came back, actually. Yeah, the driver here is Iki. He is driving a Diablo-tuned car. And the driver says, you know, Iki says we're gonna get erased. Right, like the other driver, right, like we kind of freak out and try to drive away from all of this stuff going down, where like he's like, you're gonna get erased, and the guy in your head's like, yeah, I'm gonna erase you, and you're like, yeah, no, very no, bye forever. But actually we don't go nearly as far as we want to. But first, there's an opportunity to save our game. We're not going to be saving our game. Hey, Happy Coco. Welcome to the last few days of Racing Lagoon. Alright, so yeah, we skipped some scenes here. We drive ourselves to the Diablo Tune shop, have some fever dreams, have some visions. Keisuke and Damoku show up, or Damo show up, and yeah, they tell you it's the Diablo Tune shop to say it's time to erase you. The red-haired guy is called Forza Rush, which is a fantastic name. And they chloroform us and take us away. We see the flashback again. And then we meet Juan Lee, the head guy of Juan Tech, and they explain to us that Diablo is a drug meant to eliminate fear. We have fully entered the anime storytelling part of this thing. We're not going to be saving, though. And yeah, we're informed that, like, Kyoji's brother died because of Diablo. Right, like, the War of Yokohama was a bunch of Diablo, a bunch of guys hopped up on Diablo in clones of, your car. Right, like, they only managed to preserve one person, from all that stuff. Right, like, and that's their last hope for the Diablo drug, program, and that last hope will be told shortly in an unskippable fashion, I believe. Mashing through these scene skips. Yeah, this is very Xenogears Disc 2 energy, by the way. Not the unfinished half of it, but just like cutscene, save, cutscene, save. Right, we put that man to sleep for 10 years. That man is our final hope, and that man is you. Congratulations! You are cryogenic. You are, the person from 10 years ago. And you freak out and leave. And that is the end of the Darkness GP evening. We are on to the second to last night. It is referred to as the last night, but it's not. There's a final night past the last night. Why? I couldn't tell you. All right. Back up. I'm just great. Last night, the long goodbye. This is your last chance to do anything outside of the final sequence. That said, Kenji's gonna show up, and do the coolest thing, the best thing he's done in this entire game. Maybe not the coolest, but we don't actually ever see that. He has like a whole side thing that's really kind of funny, but no. Hey, Kenji manages to drag our car to us. Like, sorry, not Kenji, Kenzo. Kenzo manages to pull our car to us, and we manage to escape one tech in the car that Kenzo just brought us. Right, like everybody else has been kidnapped, right? Like all of Bay Lagoon Racing and stuff, like, oh, you know, everybody's been kidnapped, right? Like one tech is fully exercising evil muscles at this point. But Kenzo brings us our car, and we're going to reward him by immediately going and doing a bunch of URRs. Yeah, baby. Drive on the left side of the road because that's how it works. Every other country but the US. We're gonna stop by Million. Let's stop by Million, and we're gonna buy a couple of things, and maybe even the safety that I'm thinking about buying. All right. So first, we're buying units. This. Okay, we don't sell the B here anymore. That's unfortunate. All right. That's gonna make the final battle very difficult. Because if there's anything else I can do to help me with that final battle. Drag slips. Nothing. We won't have any space for it. Yes, we can buy the weight reduction. You equip that stuff immediately? No, we don't. Alright. I'll have to... I was hoping that I could buy the B chassis there, and I can't. The very last race in the game is a lot harder without the B chassis. It's something we might have to buy earlier, so I might have to route it in. In the old world record route, we used that as a matter of course. Still in our main config, so we start with the FR. Alright, so yep, we're gonna do a number of dirt courses here. So goal is to do 20 total URRs. We want to do the 20 shortest URRs that require the least amount of us. Like you can see, like it said, like condition, like you have to be driving an FR, right? Like for this race. Thankfully, we started with an FR, right? Like that's great, right? Right. So like weaving your way through those conditions for the URRs is the majority of like the like you buy a bunch of extra stuff to make that happen. Why did we buy the truck and the bus shells? Because we're going to be using them to play to the truck and the bus races, which are both annoying, but way shorter than what we would be doing otherwise. Why do we do dirt race URRs? Because they're kind of on the way, and they're also shorter than the other URRs we do in their stead. Right? So, like, why do we do the ones for the Mangam? Right? Because they're shorter, right? Like, you can see the pattern here, right? And so, like, we used to do, right, like the previous world record route, did some of the road races at Bay Lagoon. There were 3 Bay Lagoon laps, which is, you know, if you've been watching times, like, that'd be like 2 minutes for a race, right? This is a 3-lap race. We're gonna finish it under 2, right? Like these are shorter than the Bay Lagoon, right? That we no longer do, right? But so are all of the races on the Hakone that we're gonna do as well, and the races we're going to do at the baseball stadium. All of them, and you know, there's 2 more that we do on the highway, right? All of those are shorter than any of the Bay Lagoon, right? So like that's the current world record route is routed to all of those URRs, right? To a bunch of URRs that are shorter than the and that legitimately saves a lot of time, right? Like, what's going on there? I'm sorry. I will bug. That is somebody I will talk to later. Somebody messaged me on Discord. Right, this is the turbo class. We'll do that. Okay, I will check. Still compromised, Shivim? Anyway, I'll deal with that later. Alright. And this is a race where you get to use turbos, and so the enemies will use turbos. They won't use 7. So we're gonna win. Rip them, but we are literally built different. I have to remember, if I want the B safety, I have to buy it on an earlier night. A little bit out of the way, but it makes a final challenge a lot easier. Let's see. There. Previous record route got because we did the bunch of the MR races, right? Like as part of our thing, we got to buy the MR type chassis B and excellent chassis. Really a fantastic chassis to have access to. Me? Oh no, I'm not feeling sleepy. I'm fine. I've rotated my sleep schedule significantly. For this purpose. So, I've been staying up till like 6 a.m. for the past couple weeks. Alright. Alright, we did the 2. Now we need to switch into the CVCR. Bought it. Tires. Now we get to do the FF Cup. And then the other thing we're trying to do with these URRs, we're trying to minimize our menuing, right? Because they all have conditionals, right? Like we're trying to go, okay, how many races can we do with this set of equipment, right? Like trying to route it so that you can do the most races with the most sets of equipment without having the menu is ideal, right? So like that's kind of all of that routing, all of that buying things and like equipment routing and stuff comes to a head. Thankfully, we still have on all our turbos, even though we switched from an FR to an FF. I guess we can talk about those since we're here. So, there are a number of ways you can put weight balancing in it, right? Like, you know, FF means that engine is in the front, and the wheels that drive, the drive wheels, are also in the front. Right? So this is not four-wheel drive. Two-wheel drive like most cars are, right? Like, but it's front. So like all of the weight and all of the power is in the same place. But the back has nothing, right? Like the back is light and doesn't drive, right? Like so in turn, right, you get very much like a tendency to drift in the FF scenario, right? FR is front rear, right? Where it's like, okay, right, like it's like we have the weight in the front, but the drive wheels are in the rear, and that means that you have the same tendency to drift, right? Like, because, you know, you're front heavy, but your drive is in the back, right? So, like, you actually can't drift and move, right? Like, it's like FRs are, you know, fairly controllable. Like, most people in their lives drive an FR, right? Like, if you're, like, you know, I bought a car, and it's two-wheel drive, it's an FR, right? Like, that's just the thing, right? Like, FRs and FFs, right? That's what most people do, right? Or you could drive a four-wheel drive car. You know, that's, you know, your engine is in the front, and then all your wheels are delivering power to the road, right? Rear, right? Like, which is, you know, like a VW Bug and stuff, right? Like, it's the rear engine and rear wheels, right? Like, it's the reverse of the front, right? Like, it's very anti-sliding, right? Right? Like, your guide wheels are, so to speak, are in front, right? And then there's MR. MR is the choice for, like, F1 racers, right? Like it is, you put the engine in the middle, so it is even, the weight is evenly distributed, and then you put the wheels in the back, right? The drive in the back. Never alone when I'm in my machine. Yeah, there's poetry all over in this place. All right. Now, switch into our BC-18R, and we bought it earlier. Where's my detune? Did I not buy a detune? Oh no! Oh no! Crud. Alright. Well, that's not great. I'm gonna need to go see if there's a detune available. It might not be as good, but I should be able to deal with a detune scenario. That's not good. That's not good. I thought I bought the detune. Yeah. All right. So we want to do a race that is, you know, has slightly less power, right? Like we want it just under 200 power, right? But we need a piece of equipment that will just slightly lower our power. Have it do detune 5. Not ideal. We can make it work. Usually you get a detune 3 because I'm just barely over, right? Like my car. Never alone in my machine. Yeah, like I said, the game has a lot of poetry on the splash screens. Again, the difference between localization and translation. So we want to do the next race naturally aspirated. No turbos. Filter. You can't use mufflers with Alright, so B18R and detune 3, yep. Alright, that's our naturally aspirated plan. Alright. Alright, good deal, good deal, good deal. Alright. Alright, so I'm gonna do this one, and then we go to Hakone and do their sub 200s. Hopefully this will find out. Too much. It's really rough. Not even in this one. I can drop back to the V30. One nice thing about hitting other cars in the dirt is that it goes reset you in proper physics. Rather, they reset you out of your skin. Anything that the dirt's doing to you, like other cars do. Yeah, we're gonna give up. I can't win this one. We're gonna go back to machine complete. We're gonna switch into B30G, and we're gonna finish this course, and then I can switch into lower power for the other two. Nothing else. the NA class should now be very doable. Countless men have been hypnotized by the lights of Yokohama. All of these URRs have these little poetry pieces around them. It's silly, it's cool, it's fun. Alright. The V30G. Go at my turbos, but probably doesn't hurt that I lost my slightly better. We're doing it. But yeah, like the reduced menuing, right? Like they equip the DC-18 with the detune, and they use it for the next 3 rounds. For this race and the next 2, right? And that's menuing down, right? But I didn't have able to win it under. Since we have enough time, right? I really wish there was a head. And I know what that's going to look like when I get there. I don't think there's any way to fix how visible that last race is going to be. That collision helped. I don't know. Less controls. There, in with that. Replay skip. Alright. Alright, that is all of the dirt races we do. Good deal. Alright, let's head to Hakone. Me out. Alright, that is 4 races we did here. FFNA, yep. Alright. On the lookout again. We don't want to hit anybody with flashing lights. Hey look, it's the way to Hakone. I'm currently not in my optimal setup. I will get back to you later, buddy. Alright. Yours here at the bottom. Yeah. Let's do some more UORs! Racing! More late night racing. Alright, so normally we would do the detuned 200 and 300. The black memories burned into asphalt are the last remnants of battle. Yeah. Yeah. This is the other course. We briefly saw it when we raced KT. Right, like it's much more reminiscent of the graveyard course. Having the V30G here instead of RC. Power side. This one is just a pure power. Do whatever you want as long as your power output. Power out. Now you can just like level your turbos at it. eating the inside of a curb. Like that, like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. What? I like the orange car. I haven't had a good experience with orange cars in the past. Wow, that was bad. Oh, that was great. That was good over. Here we go. All right. That's 300 done. Skip. All right, now I'm going to do the 200. Dropping down. Reconfiguring the car. Yeah, I got bonus rewards. I know. GG first. All right, let's equip a bad engine and make it worse. We can make her worse. It doesn't have to be NA, right? Yeah. Can't even it's our tools there. Alright. Bell cricket cries out. From the distant fog, another cricket answers. And then they battle! The last Route 1 race? I think it is. I think this is the last time we see this course. The rest of the URs here are all on the big sweeping course. Small presence. Everybody here has a very good car. The land of the blind, one-eyed man. Everybody's car is terrible. He's terrible. Why? Because we have the Diablo arrow kit on. Yeah, they're just like, oh yeah, no, our car doesn't have much power, but that's fine. Really. It's like, our car doesn't have much power, but also the arrow kit. This arrow kit is better than anything else you could possibly have on your car. That's the Diablo arrow kit is twice as good as any rear spoiler, and twice as good as any front force, downforce provider. And like, it's just everything it does is better than the things that you could use instead. Like it's not even close, right? Like you can't use mufflers with it, you can't use rear spoilers, and you can't use any front downforce effect, right? Like, and it's still better than anything you can do. That is how good that single piece of the Diablo arrow. It's absurd. Which is why, ideally, if you're gonna have to do a bunch of URRs, you probably want to wait until you have it. That's part of what the world record route did. We're mostly having backups and stuff, but I have plenty of money to back up. It's a dodge. Replay skip. Alright, we're done with that nonsense. We're back into full turbos config. Thanks for the rewards, nerd. Alright, get to it. Alright, our engine is going to enter final form. Final form is 7 turbos. Twin turbo, with double turbo, with twins, with slash, and with low comps. Cassie, we're switching back to the 86, putting on the wheels. Life is great. Actually, sorry, I need to go back to the machine complete. I need to add a panel, don't I? Panel here. Note that we're 998 kilograms. We're going to add 2 kilograms of weight by that CFRB. We're exactly 1,000 kilograms now. That is a tool that will help us later. Since I didn't put on the body that I want, I'm going to just do these now. Look up, it's the night sky. Look down, it's a sheer cliffside. I was laughing at chat. Alright. So yeah, I don't get to use the brake. You might not have noticed this, but I basically never use it. I'm a lead foot. That said, I still get to use the handbrake, which is like, I do use the handbrake quite a bit, right? But you can still brake with the handbrake in the air. But realistically, it doesn't matter. You don't really need to brake that. I'll say like it's not a good idea sometimes, but a lot of the time, it's grip is better. And yeah, you get those easy hip checks in. It's like, why would I ever? Why press the brake when I can just hip check? And the answer is that sometimes it's still faster to brake, but first approximation of hip checks get you pretty close to range. This is the other trail, right? Like there's 3 routes here, even though the guy only says there's 2. Now we don't get to use the handbrake. This is a little more annoying. Not a problem. Try to make friends with the guardrails. Yeah, this is the turnpike course. The other one was Route 1. This is the turnpike, which is the middle, like the one that you can't get on a race on. Yeah, this is the race that's on, or you can't get a race on at a random bad one. No brakes. Fine. I can get loose. I don't need brakes to get loose with my wheels. Not at these speeds. Honestly, again, like in our full power configuration, like our opponent just doesn't have the power to compete with us on the straights that we get to use. And have like, oh no, we don't have any way to brake, airs. Right? Like we don't have car damage. This one you're gonna use rail. It's not like they can make up for being able to go so much faster than that. Not rail. Do it, make up for it. This time, straightforward. Boom! Like a bay. All right, so that's that. All right, some gimmicks, great. All right, what's next? More gimmicks. This is rough. I am not really a fan of this next one. Oh, hey, get the Mad Sports wheel here? Nice. Camera is pointed backwards. The camera is pointed backwards. This race blows. It's still faster than doing the Bay Lagoon races, but it feels miserable. Let me show you how it feels miserable. You only have to beat one other person. Because you're... Oh, you have to beat 3 people, okay. But, like, right, your controls are essentially reversed, right? Like, because you're facing the wrong way, right? There's that, right? Then there's the fact that you can't see what's coming. Can't see the other cars to keep running into them. And nothing you can do. Thankfully, you have more power than you. Solve the problem. With power. Totally fine with it. Man, is this an annoying race. Glad there's no car damage. Really suck. That's what would have sucked. This is the S curve, so I know what this one actually looks like. Right, it's not rail. Almost returning. But we're so far ahead of the right? And unless it takes us, 2 minutes to finish this race, it's still faster than what you do going to Bay Lagoon. That's actually the biggest danger here is turning yourself around on accident. In my opinion. So yeah, miserable race, horrible lap time, but it's still faster than doing the Bay Lagoons. Yeah, that's the worst of these 6 that we're going to be doing. Sorry, the 8 that we do here. That is the worst of them. Now, the next one is your controls are reversed. But remember how I said in the backwards one, your controls are effectively reversed? Yeah. Like, they're darkness, dense, and ominous. Like, so comparatively, like, this is easy. I can see where I'm going, right? Like, even with the reverse controls, none of the other things are reversed. Gas is still gas, brake is still brake, right? Like, it's only left and right that are reversed, right? And that's actually, honestly, not that hard to deal with. Like, it really, it's micro adjustments that messes with more than anything. Like the gross movement. The wall so much. Have a second helping. There. Almost. Then we get the last 2. What buying the bus and the truck have been foreshadowing this entire game. We're gonna race as bus, and then we're gonna bus as. Yeah. Ugh. All right. Now we just have the annoying truck and the also kind of miserable bus. But we get a moment of humor here. Because the aero kit applies to the bus and truck frame. So you are going to see the Diablo bus and the Diablo truck. They're not the funniest aero kits that you can slap with the bus and stuff. But they're still. There we go. Look at our bus, our truck. Our truck has a spoiler, right? Like it has. Oh man, this is the weirdest physical structure job. It's not the funniest though. There's an aero kit that basically turns the bus into an inverted T. Like it is like a narrow thing. But no, like we get this. This is the Diablo truck. Squat. Right, like. Bus can drift, and that means that like the nose view is terrible because the nose view is pointing the wrong direction when you're drifting. Right? You have to you want to do some of this not in nose cone. The bus basically can't drift, so we actually do that one in nose cone. Tokyo truck drifting! Truck drifting! Drifting! Yeah, roof scoop! It's so silly, but it's not, like I said, it's not the funniest aero kit for these guys. They're like I said, there's an aero kit that basically turns the bus into where like it narrows the bus to the point where it looks like an inverted T. It's freaking hilarious what the aero kits do to the bus and the truck sometimes. It's amazing. See, that wasn't that bad, right? Like my fastest time at 106, right? Like, 5 seconds off that, right? Like, that's, again, we're just saving, a minute here, a minute there. At some point, that's real time. Does the GT change it in a funny way? Not really. Okay. I don't remember what arrow kit makes it funny, but this one's still pretty funny. Look at that, baby. Look at those fins. The bus blocks all of your view, unfortunately. Like, the truck was bad, the bus is worse, and you can't drift with the bus basically at all. So you're just gonna use the nose view. Look at this, baby. Look at that. Look at this sick ride. It's not, I don't love it, right, like, but if you're pointing the direction you're going all the time, right, like, that's not so bad, right, like, it's like the issue with this when you're driving normal cars is that drifting points the nose of your car, not the direction you're going, and the game has no way to account for that, like, there's no way to look to the side, so to speak, right, and so, like, if it drifted the nose camera with your drift such that, like, you can see, that would be something, so you're really just, like, if you try to use the nose camera view and drift, you are SOL. The time, it's terrible. We don't use it most of the time. It is, however, the only way to access the rear view mirror, so that's why you would see me drop into it sometimes, just to get that awareness. Bus, Diablo bus, coming for you. This one took even longer. Drift. It's still shorter than 2 minutes. All right. Those are all done. All right. Good deal. You drop into machine complete real quick. Off of this bus. Get off this bus we're on. Back onto the left body. Diablo arrow. This is the FRP panel. Round 1000. Perfect. Alright, that's 8. We did 4 at the driving hole. We did 8 there. We did 4 there. Right, like, so that's 16, right, like, we need 4 more, we have the points we need to complete the game. There are 2 of them right here, back to North Yokohama, and then we're going to immediately jump on the URRs that they've been trying to get us to go to the last 2 times we visit Hakone. Because now we are faster. Hell out there, right? You try to go to Coney this time, and the guy went up and go, hey, you are ours? Yes, we do! Time to smoke you all! Full power configuration, no restrictions. There's the race that we did in the rain without rain, forward and back. A bleak and desolate landscape. Mold grows on its musty asphalt. Remnants of a legend from long ago. Are you sure this isn't like you're describing a dungeon in D&D? A racing game. Anyway. Fastest lap 122. I think we can beat that. I think we can finish this faster than we finished it 7 nights. Might actually be useful to have, drag CU on here, but it is not worth it this race slightly past 30. We're already over 285. Like, the other thing can send us up to like 310, right? Max speed, which is not any bliss, but it doesn't look like we're gonna need that level of speed. Yeah, I think we beat our best time there. Yeah, that sounds great. All right, skip that. Skip that garbage. Do the other race. Yeah, we got some rewards. I don't care. Other race. Good talk. Everybody played hard. Little roof scoop. You don't know what I got. All right, 4 hours, 26. If I can beat the last night in an hour and 15 minutes, that'll be a PB for me. I'm pretty sure that I can do it. Whether I will. My goodness. That's been 6 hours. Done this track before, so. Boom. Alright. Alright. 2 euros left. And we're gonna finish those euros by going to the baseball stadium. Thank you for your time, nerd. Off to South Yokohama. Oh, not going to Hakone, we're going to South Yokohama. No, I didn't change my mind. I went into the Euros and left. You ain't getting fights on these highways. This night, like so many others, ends at Lagoon. First, we have to do 2 more URRs, and then we have to get a proper title. If you were to look at the pause screen, you would see that I'm an unknown racer. Quantech isn't going to let us go to the final battle. Nah, that's not how this works. I need to go to the final battle as fastest. That. I need to finish getting all 42 points. That's why we've been getting the 42 points, is because those are required for Quantech to actually do this. Okay, so lightweight must not exceed 1,000. We matched that. All right, good. We're a lightweight. Each night, the street divides its baby chicks into winners and losers. Like, why are we sexing chickens? How's that a metaphor? You know what? Whatever. Whatever you want, Basing Lagoon. I love you anyway. Alright. You actually did see both halves of this course before, because I had that one forced combat where I almost lost. We're not going to might, however, be a wall. Oh yeah, okay. Some wall. Let's question which one. We are way faster. We're absolutely way forced. We're pushing out 600, 700 PS, right? Like 1,000-kilogram car. But yeah, I'm satisfying myself with the bumps. I'm sure they might steal solid bumps. See, right? This is going to be a 2-lap race, right? Means that it's gonna be, say it with me everyone, faster than doing one of the Balin. That's right. Thing I can drill into your head about the routing again. All of this routing work is to make it so we can do these last races, save 10 minutes off, which is exactly what happened. People that were actually much better at this game than I am. I'm not bad at this game. I'm just not. I am what I am. Got a lot of work to do. All right, so we just did the lightweight. So now we're gonna do that. We're gonna do another one. Heavyweight. 1,008. Okay, I guess we're lightweights and we're heavyweights. Yeah. Let's do this thing. We're not hyperweight, but we are lightweight and heavyweight at exactly 1,000. Exactly why we buy that floor, that little thing, because it gives us 2 extra kilograms. Puts us exactly on the wall. Conserves a menuing instance, right? If you want. 3. Not quite that early. This is the heavyweight class, like for the cars. Other cars have more room to play with their weight, to play with their power, right? A lot more power at 100 cars. Of course, because they don't tune like we do, a lot of that weight is just chassis. Body, not turbos. Like they get extra weight, but they don't use it effectively. And for us, who are a pile of turbos, still. Woo! There that was again. That bounce, swerve, bounce on the same rail. So easy to do. So very. One of those things is like, oh, like that's actually how real cars work, right? Like this is one of those things that's like, wow, right? Like that's actually cool. Like this is an arcade racer, but sometimes the physics actually feel close to correct. Other times it's obviously not correct. The fact that it doesn't total your car when you do it, but it does actually do that. Cars actually do that sort of bounce, turn, bounce thing. Again, watch a lot of, if you watch car wrecks at high speed, you'll see exactly a lot of the time. All right, that's 20. We have completed all of the UORs we need to be of the rank we need to get where we want to go. It's great. So great. I'm gonna swing by Spencer's just on the off chance that there's something there that will help me with the final battle. Duty Street, Midtown Street, Universal Bridge, Moon Shop Spencer. There's no intro here, right? We're actually just going to shop. Okay. No. Nothing there. Yep. Okay, we're gonna buy the Saga Frontier 2s. That's working. Anything, nothing there can help us. Alright, so the answer is no, unfortunately. Anything that really moves the needle. If I end up struggling with the last, if I end up losing the very last race, bet your ass back in the. All right. Our goal. We have to go to a place we haven't gone before to get our ranking. This street. We're going to go to the ancient street, ancient bay. And here, the voice in our head will reflect on the nature of things. Right. And there's just an old grimy pier, and then till they call you the fastest. That's right, I'm Yokohama's fastest, and that you have to have at least that good a rank to proceed. So 42 is the minimum. We have met it. We are Yokohama's fastest, and we can now go to the final thing. There's more ranking. There's more ranking you can do. I think there's ranks above that. The top rank and the closest to 100% category we're ever gonna have speedrun is Gale a Moment, which is only. I did not see lights on that asshole. Oh, we can't afford to lose anything we have equipped, so I guess you're just gonna. Well, this Dark 2 is gonna just eat it. Because we can't really afford to lose anything we've got equipped right now. So there's pound sand. There is the headlight. Get. Making that fight. Woo! Man, so powerful for this horse. Absolute burst. Nice. Dark 2. Nope. Alright. Didn't think so. Game gave me the opportunity I was gonna listen. Alright. That's it. Once we go down this route, unless the game gives us the option to back out to this night at any point in the future from here. Okay, scene skip does not help us there. Right back in. Let's see what she does. So the upshot here is that like all the URLs, all the street racing. Ready. Alright. Ha! Forza Rush, baby! Right, so essentially like this has all been like a money laundering. This has been a money laundering scheme combined with we need to remind the racer that was asleep inside of you what they are. So all of this structure existed to launder money, right? Like, and profit off of street racing, and then also to make sure that your character, that show does enough racing to wake up the spirit inside of them. Right? Like, that's what's going on. The night is completed. Alright. We aren't saving. Little roof scoop, you don't know what I got. Alright. That was the last night. And this is the final night. So I said the GP was the last real kind of like race company. There's still 6 more races left, but they're right. This is where the game like says the things I've been telling you. It's like, you know, oh yeah, like there was cryogenic sleep, right? Like the name entries thing was diegetic in that, right? Like that's they created the identity of show, right? Like and implanted it. Your character, like the voice takes over at this point to some degree, and it's not clear what the voice is trying to do. It is clear that the voice is very angry and violent, and all of this is happening in like underground in the Bay Lagoon, like the Bay Lagoon tower that didn't get finished. All right, we're in an escape sequence now. And if you thought that an escape sequence would be cool and fun and interesting, you're wrong. Oh, I mean, it's kind of cool, but oh man, it is painful. It's 3-minute long races, and if you fail any of them, you go back to the first one. Speedrunner, kind of cool as a set piece, as a speedrunner. Oops, I guess you get to go back. And the game's physics aren't really meant to deal with stuff in this environment. Like, if you run into the wrong thing, it can be very hard to get out. And the game doesn't like, it's not like, oh, like you can reverse very easily. This, for example. Reverse, you want to clear it, right? If something like that happens in one of the later races, you don't have time to do that. You just do that, right? It's not my favorite design. Cool concept, but I do not love. You know, actually, like, there's definitely some SMT4, right, like, vibes going on here. Like, I can definitely feel, like, the SMT vibe. That's a good point. But no, this is a Square game, right? Whoever makes the SMT games and whoever makes the Square games are different people, right? So like, is this a Parasite Eve or Xenogears or like Front Mission? First one only has like 2 little weave through shit sequence spaces. Third one has 3. The fourth one has 3. Second one has 3. It's often helpful to be able to keep Akira's car in view here, because that helps you kind of guide you. Like, oh, what's the turn I'm going to have to make later? But you can. It's really easy. Yeah, Atlas. Yep. That's right. I thought it was Atlas, but I wasn't sure because... Anyway. Yeah, no, that's it. I can see that SMT vibe instantly when you mentioned it. But so much of the rest of this game, to me, speaks of, like, Xenogears or Parasite Eve or Front Mission, right? Which are all kind of the same era of Squaresoft technology and PSX making. But yeah, I play SMT4 full through, and yeah, there's a little. I can see why you would say that. Right. Completed Persona 5 and SMT4 and Devil Survivor 2, the remake that was released on the 3DS. Not a super SMT, but I have some fun there. So yeah, she was like, wait, I have to go back. I have to rescue Iki. And Akira and Yuka, who just rescued you, are like, damn it, show! So yeah, we're getting all these little flashbacks, right, like, of days, right? Like, you know, this you know, the last flat thing was like, you know, the red moon, like the full moon night. This one is like, you know, we have Akira here. Like all these little cutscenes are basically like the big plot points, right? Like they hit. All right, so this one I have to really try to stay on the one where you screw up. Yeah, you don't have time to screw up. To some degree, you're relying on the game's collisions to not have the jet fighter. Let you out and then immediately put you right back in. Like, oh great, we're free, right? Going a little slow. Enough. 3, 2, 1. All right. Woo! Yeah, 4 is kind of brutal. All right, we did it. Didn't have to replay any of these. Great. Fantastic. A+. Love it. Go, we have to leave together. I have to save Iki. and I don't plan to die anytime soon. And Yuka's like, I wish I'd been driving in your car. Trust you. Go on ahead. Joe, promise me you'll come back. Oh, the voice in your head. I'm kicking myself for not riding in your car. Don't worry, I promise I'll come back. We'll race together then. Then the voice in your head is like, promises only lead to betrayal and sadness and sad trail. Badness. Anyway. Alright. We're gonna save Iki. We're given the opportunity to save the game. You're not going to save the game. This has been a running theme. If you do not understand, we are easily in like 30 to 40 save screens deep, and we have not saved once the game. Take the hint. So yeah, we find Iki. We have a lead pipe. We're feeling great. And before we kill the guy that's in charge of us, Schneider just ups and cacks him, just shoots him. It's like, yeah, no, like this guy's weak. We're gonna use the drug Diablo that makes people not feel fear, right? Like, you know, imagine all the power that you could have if, you know, if you make it so that soldiers can't feel fear, blah, 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 blah. And so we go to Niflheim for the last battle, I guess. He proposes the last battle, which is in essence a death battle. Whoever loses dies. Remember how I mentioned that, like, the fall off the cliff thing comes back? Yeah, the fall off the cliff thing is in play for the entire second half of this race. If you go off of the road even a little, you die. It's only a 40-second race. But if you go off the road a little, you die. Remember I mentioned that I was, like, missing a safety? Right, like, normally with that safety, right, like, you easily overtake Schneider here, right? Like, you're ahead of him. That is not the case. Makes this upper part like a little more challenging, right? Like, it's not like it's that hard to pass him, but you're trying to pass him with accidentally hitting side road. That's a bit. See, I just knocked him off the road. I bet he's not actually dead. Yep. See, rules don't apply. All right, we got it. We're through. Go off. Get it. All right. That is the actual, like, true challenge. Like, the game is basically now 2 set pieces away from completion. We're not saving. Right, we are almost done. This is gonna be a huge PB for me. Not gonna lie. I gave a 6-hour estimate on a 5-hour, 45-minute style PB. So yeah, by the way, Aoi, Iki's girlfriend, was our girlfriend 10 years ago. She gave drivers Diablo at the time in vengeance because her father was killed due to a street racer. And then yeah, like, but like you heal her heart, and then you disappear on her, and so like she goes back into the tank of being evil. And then Iki shows up, 2 years ago, and she's like, finally I'm ready to love again. And then you're back here, right? Like Schneider was, when he was last talking to you, said like, yeah, you're not actually the guy, like you're trash, right? Like we picked up trash, right? You were nothing. And she's like, no, actually, like, you are, like, you just never used the drug, right? Like you are the true fastest racer, right? All right, Iki. Why did Aoi give you the Diablo? Great question. They're like, true anime ending, like we're just in top tier, like, does any of this even make any sense anymore? Who cares? It's racing time! Versus Iki. Yep. That's Iki's crash. Alright. Alright. Alright, so last race versus Iki. Okay, well, that was easy. Good race, hard fought. Everybody played hard. No, I'm not gonna save. Not gonna save the game. Not even once. All right. So, Aoi jumps in Iki's car in the driver's seat and tries to take off. This is the final battle. We have to stop Aoi, which means we have to get in front of her at the 13-second mark or later. Now, with the B, I basically always get in front of her, right? Like, and so, like, it's just a matter of managing her. Without the B, I can't make this distance, right? It is a ton more demanding. This is a very narrow course, very different. Catching her in, right? Like she finishes the course at like 36, right? On the button to catch her here. Well, the record does that. Like with this car. I am not particularly consistent at pulling that off with this car. So we are going to go into machine complete, and I'm going to see what I can do to make this more doable for me. Ideally, I would have picked up the B, but that would have required us to go out of our way. And I was hoping that it was accessible at the same time we buy the other things we need from Million. It's not. So let's see what I can do to make it so I can better catch up with her. Can't do anything with the engine. Engine's on lock, right? Go to Dimension 3, add sports for better turning. Right? Body-wise, the CF RP. Put on the FRP guy, put on the diet, right? Make ourselves lighter, faster, and better handling. And then we can see if this is enough for me to beat Aoi more easily. Final battle. Alright. Alright, yep. We just have to get in front of her at 13 seconds or later with her having not completed the course. That's all we need. And then that is the game. That's what we needed. This block. Come on! Oh, Aoi! You just got past me there. Okay. Fine. God, the wheel is so good here. The ability to turn is so much better with that wheel. You'll never have that wheel. Never have that sports wheel. We got that off the ring. Okay, we didn't catch her, but we got close. Yeah, okay. Like, I think, yeah, this is going to be enough. I just need to execute. And I can do it even without these. It's just the odds are lower, right? Like we're just trying We're just trying to do our best to get this done with as soon as I can. Maybe we're gonna, you know, we'll see how people feel. But, in terms of, you know, what do we do if we have an hour spare, right? Like, I can certainly, there's more racing Lagoon to be had for sure. Or however people want to manage that. But first things first, I have to act the leader. Dang it! Just slow down sooner. Getting in front of her consistently, I just need to not screw up that block. That first turn is where she can really pass you if you're ahead of her. If you block her there, the next turn is past the 13-second mark, right? So if you can keep her under control through that turn, you've got it, right? So that is the goal here. And then we'll be done. Time is on the fade to white last box. Bless you. Like that. That's exactly what you do. 12, 13, and we're done! Alright, not this fade to white. The fade to white on the actual text box is after it. Right? There's no more scene skipping. I don't know if I had what it took to forgive her, but if Iki believed in her, someday we could lead her on the path to healing. The realm beyond Speen, it was an illusion, but a place within me. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is light. Wait. I'm sure we were gonna meet again someday. And that's time. Massive PB on my part. Whew. Woo boy. Oh, man, that is a game. That is a game. Ooh. Oh yeah, very nice PB. Like I said, my previous PB was 5 hours 40 something. Game's really hard to do consistently well in, but I've been trying. I've been working on it, right? Like the faster I get it, the more likely it can fit into a marathon, right? Yeah, no, like I've been practicing, but like you have to put it together in a run, right? Like I lost 15 minutes in this run to the first real race in the game. Like that should not have been a case, right? Like it's just like I had a little trouble with Iki. I had to do the Zeta timing twice. Yeah, otherwise I'm actually pretty happy with on the overall how things went. I got a lot of the stuff that can be challenging first try. A lot of the stuff that's not as challenging I did weaker. I still have to figure out how I want to set up for this ROA fight. Ultimately. Literally not how. That's a compromised Yokohama 1999. Rising moon rock and roll. Maybe tomorrow, but morning always comes. There are as many stories as there are headlights and exhaust nodes in the city. all embrace our sorrows and race every night. That's right. Blue day is rainy day. But you can cure those blues. Head to Harborview Park and watch the Bay Bridge. Let the brilliant lights bleed through your tears. This is what Iki had, like, says stabilizes the button. Driving all night together. Driving all night together. Our hot driving! Oh, this game brings the city to life. Thank you all so much for driving all night together. Anybody that showed up, no matter when you showed up, thank you so much for sharing this hot driving streets. It's truly a pleasure to get to show this game off. Anytime I get the chance. And yeah, Hilltop, the translation people, did masterful work here. The only thing that is an issue, right? Like, is that there's an early unskippable cutscene that because it's in English, they have to miss a trigger, so they can't. So like the cutscene lasts longer than it should, right? So doing otherwise the English translation is equivalent to the Japanese in terms of like speedrunning, except for that one little thing, right? So like working inside of somebody else's system, right? Like event system, everything to make that happen. Just masterful work to bring over a game that would never be brought over, because this entire game exists in a world where Initial D, right, like, and Wanga Midnight existed, right? Like, that wasn't a thing. Like, anime wasn't across in the US at this time. This would never be brought across at the time. Unthinkable, right? So it's really great to be able to see that they managed to translate it and, give us that opportunity to enjoy it. Like I said, this is a lot of time to give back. Any guidance on what people want me to do with that, right? Whether we're just ready to move on or not, I would love to know. Yeah, yeah, just let me know kind of how we want to handle this, because yeah, the 6-hour estimate was quite safe. I'd finished the run a couple times and really couldn't come up right. Yeah. All right, great, Plum Cakes. Love to hear it. All right, so yeah, I have one more run in this, and am as honored as I am to show you Racing Lagoon. Damn right he did. Cars head off into the sunset. That's right, Iki and Cho. And their bond across racing drives off into the sunset. So yeah, again, I love showing this off. I'm glad that you all would spend this time with me. I will be back, however, to inflict something much worse upon you. They chose the closer for this to be Virtual Highlight. I will be the last thing you see on this run, and you will see it at somewhere between 1 and 8 frames per second. So come back for that, stay for the weekend, and let us finish it off with Highlight by Toad into Virtual Highlight by me. For now, though, we have we have stuff going on. They've got some filler, so we can proceed apace. Stay tuned. I don't know what the filler is going to be, but stay tuned for that, and stay tuned all weekend if you can help it. Thank you all so much again for just letting me be a part of this.